Saturday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, how are you doing? Scale of 1 to 10, there are no wrong answers. We are moving into, I like, and I know I might have a little bit of a biased opinion, but I'm a big fan of a Leo full moon in Aquarius season, because especially coming out of the energy that we just experienced in relationality to navigating through a lot of that Aquarius new moon, like a lot of that Capricorn new moon energy that we just came out of. Here's the thing about the space that we recognize with the new moon that we experienced in Capricorn moving into a full moon in Leo, right? Often the space by which we move into our most vulnerable aspect of the self helps us to recognize and identify what it is that we ourselves are working on getting better at. I would not be surprised if you were coming out of that new moon energy that we just experienced was no joke. It can feel it can work us through feelings of energetic devastation. It can build us into the context of working through even potentially old traumas, rising back up to the surface in the process of navigating energy in that way. But what we effectively see, and I just wrote a whole article about this over on the Mystic Meditation section of the stack, when we work into the space of understanding and recognizing our vulnerability becomes a point of strength, right? The ability to effectively inhabit our vulnerability allows us to be able to move through something more effectively, right? It shows us the space by which we're working to grow and understand ourselves further. And this is also really important right now because we see that this is a big subject that may be occurring in some of the relationships that are coming together at this time. One of the things that we also identified coming out of that new moon in Capricorn energy was the fact that we see a new relationship cycle opening up. And what do we identify with that relationship cycle? These are relationships that are focusing on a lot of the lessons that we see reflected in the World card, which is why we're articulating that they're world partnerships. And the ability of navigating the messages of the World card is the understanding of being able to find one's energetic center, right? To feel energetically stable within the center of oneself that allows you to effectively move towards manifestation goals by being able to articulate what it is that you're working to embody within the context or the framework of one's own energetic force. Now, one of the things that we see that was occurring, and this is a culmination of the last 2 relationship cycles that we observed were occurring. What were those other 2 relationship cycles? They were effectively those moon relationships that were effectively coming together between the time of January 18th through September 6th, and the temperance relationships that were coming together between the time of June 20th up until March 14th of last year. Now, the culmination of those two relationship cycles were the moon partnerships were working on the definition of what one is trying to refine upon. There's a lot of nuance that we saw that was opening up in those cycles. It's a continuation of understanding that one does not need to be perfect to navigate relationship, but the understanding of what one is trying to do better that allows the context of the ease that we bring into partnership in combination with the temperance energy, which is the understanding and the identification point of mutual effort that pays off in big ways, right? It doesn't require one to have to carry all of the energetic weight of something when you're in mutuality with counterpart that is able to effectively help one share that burden. Now, for these world relationships, we see two different modalities that may be coming together at this time. These are either circumstances or situations by way of energy that is working in solitude to be able to find their own sense of energetic bliss, recognizing that joy is not found on the other side of manifestations, but rather being able to find joy on the journey is what brings us into healthy manifestation, because it is the space by which we're working to effectively cultivate the energetic feeling and understanding, and it's a continuation of understanding there's that if we're not in that space of finding joy every day, there's no manifestation that can come towards us that's going to create that feeling of joy, because we're supposed to bring the joy with us as we move towards manifestation goals. So we see that this is a lot of energy that may be working on building into the space of identifying the difference between being self-centered and centered in self. And self-centering is this modality by which we understand the difference, is the difference between self-centering that looks at the world in the space by which it feels like something is supposed to be brought towards it, versus the ability or the adaptability by which we give forth to it in order to energetically find what we are looking for. So we see that a lot of the energy working in that capacity may be taking deeper approaches, right? And this is what we see with that Leo full moon energy, right? New approaches that allow us to be able to convey, right, what it is that we hope to move towards. But it's not easy work, right? It's not easy work, especially because, like, and this is what I love about the conversation between a Capricorn new moon in Capricorn season, moving into a Leo full moon in Aquarius season, which is the ability of being able to define the vulnerability that allows a possibility of building upon something in an even greater fashion, right? It's the vulnerability that we bring forth that allows us to be able to articulate upon what it is that we're working towards. Now, a lot of that work that we see that is happening in this modality is also building into these new relationships that are coming together at this time. And what are we seeing that's happening for a lot of those relationships? Healthy conversations in terms of those modalities by which one is trying to learn and grow, right? The gift of being able to find the adaptability by which something is energetically possible. And it's interesting too, because even when we were reading into those relationships, the last time that we had the podcast, there was something about that delight, the ability to delight in one another's quirks, or the ability of understanding that those modalities of uniqueness that we bring to situations, right? Often those experiences by which we ourselves feel vulnerable are effectively, to those that care about us, our greatest energetic asset, right? It's the authenticity that we bring to things that allow for that expansion point in terms of how we're working through getting to know one another, or the space by which we effectively identify or articulate that often the space by which we find that we love one another is not in the space by which we're energetically perfect, but the ways that we effectively bring that effective uniqueness towards circumstances that we touch. Now, effectively, this is also having an impact on those those moon relationships. And those moon relationships, again, were coming together between the time of January 18th, which is effectively the period by which we had the Capricorn new moon energy, up until September 6th of this year, so up until the fall. For a lot of these relationships, this could be a time by which there's new energetic peace that is arriving to circumstances or situations. That ability of being able to recognize and define the energetic stability that the relationships are bringing to each other. I need to stress what was so difficult about some of those moon relationships is that they were coming together specifically during a very, very volatile retrograde season. The partnership cycle of those relationships, they were coming together when there was easier to define the planets that were not in retrograde rather than the planets that were in retrograde, because so many of the planets were in retrograde. And this was potentially demarcated by circumstances and situations that felt energetically triggering. But the modality by which they were feeling triggering is that they were triggering old traumas, something potentially coincidental that was happening that felt very similar to some intentional hurt that occurred to the self in past experiences. But this is why we see that these relationships are so affirming and so healing, because the ability to kind of go through energetic cycles by which one was hurt and being able to feel energetically restored by being able to see a counterpart that feels like they're moving towards the same direction as you yourself are. We see that these are relationships that are reflective in the best way possible. That reflectiveness could even be in the articulation of being able to express to one another how much it means to be able to be in connection with someone that holds peace, right? That prioritizes the peace that they create for one another. And it's that modality of the peace that feels unified that is potentially strengthening and deepening these energetic connections. Now, this brings us to those temperance partnerships. And the temperance partnerships were effectively the partnerships that were coming together between June 20th of this year up until March 14th. These relationships are continuing to go through. And one of the things I wanted to identify is there may be a little bit of energetic struggle that is coming through in some of these temperance partnerships. And what we're effectively seeing is happening in some of those temperance relationships right now is the observation of recognizing or identifying a trauma trigger, something that one had to create within oneself in the space by which it was not one was not able to be one's own authentic version of self. But this is why we see that for a lot of those relationships, being able to effectively recognize a trauma trigger or potentially even have a counterpart that helps us see something, right? To see our own tendency or our own limitation in a greater way. We identify that these are a lot of those relationships that are building into the context of the healthy work that they're working upon. But it's hard because we just keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, working to effectively eradicate a wall within the self that was created at a time by which it did not feel like it was safe to be the authentic version of self. It's not easy. It may feel very vulnerable and triggering. But again, this is how we notice that this full moon in Leo is potentially helping that energy find more confidence as they work to resolve those triggers within them that they needed to create at a time by which they themselves weren't able to be in their own authenticity and the way that they are now in healthy partnership. So there's a lot of that energetic work that's happening there, but I keep on hearing it's like the pressure inside the self to allow one to be able to expand or expound upon the self in an even greater way. And those connections, even in the observation of navigating them, are building into a lot of that strength in terms of the confidence that they create for one another. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about a very special retreat that I'll be hosting this August. I'd like to invite you to join me in Italy as we will be studying the tarot in the location by which the tarot was first discovered, to be able to sharpen our tarot skills by also learning more about the culture by which the tarot was able to grow and thrive. Everyone that participates in that retreat will not only be receiving one-on-one classwork with me, but will also be able to receive a complimentary mentorship class with me where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to use that work most effectively moving towards your personal tarot goals. Also, anyone that signs up this month will also be receiving an additional $200 discount on that retreat program. So if you're interested, make sure that you're signing up today. You can find the information over on my tree that has links in it in my bio or over on my Stack. You can also message me directly the word trip, and I'll be happy to send that to you as well. And you can also head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with the focus on the sword suite of the court cards of the tarot. That class will be focusing on the history of the cards, the symbology. I'll also be walking you through spread applications, how to read those cards in any direction they may appear in your own spread. And if you sign up today as a monthly subscriber, not only will you have access to that class on the 19th, but you'll also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll do my best in the class to give you an update on everything we've studied, but if you want to catch up, now is a great time to join. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my mystic meditation articles there. I just released one a couple days ago, giving you insights on how to utilize this full moon that we've got coming up most effectively. And I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. So good to see you today, Joey. Welcome. How are you doing today? I glam you. Good to see you, Stephanie. Welcome, Ivana. I've got you on the list. You'll be the second person read for today, so good to see you as well. Lily, thank you for joining us too. Emmanuel, welcome. How are you doing today? Izzy, welcome on the place where we keep the videos. Please remember, those who are following us on the place where we keep the photos or the videos, you can also get on the list today. And if you get on the list, you will be the third person read for. Also, your membership on the place where we keep the videos entitles you as well to a free card every day if you would like to become a member. How are you doing today, Sabari? Welcome. And Purr, thank you for recharging those heart knees, guys. Please remember to recharge your heart knees if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card today. I love Saturdays too. And thank you for sharing the live, Purr. Always appreciated. Nikki, thank you for the follow as well. Purr, Sin, I was discussing a reading you did for my friend half a year ago over lunch. Conclusion: 100% correct. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for that compliment, dear. And I need to point out, and I need to stress this, whenever you're doing work with anyone in a spiritual capacity, the ability to articulate to them, finding that ability to come through. Because I need to point this out. Sometimes when we're doing readings, and I've noticed this with some of my clients, I'll give them something and they'll be like, that's not connecting. And I'll be like, just hold on to it. Just hold on to it. Just hold on to it for a minute. And sure enough, what'll often happen is 6 months down the line or a year down the line, they come back to me and they go, you know what? It connected. That's what's difficult, especially when we're going through life path readings. It's the observation of understanding or working through the context of being able to help build into that. So thank you so much for that. It really means a lot to me. And Jess, I've been watching your readings since 2022 and you're always spot on. Again, that means so much to me as well, Jess. And I'm so glad that there's something here that has been able to help and connect you as well. And thank you so much for being such a long time participant in this collective. I appreciate you. And Therhea, thank you so much for the follow as well. How are you doing today, Ava? So good to see you. Coffee Bean, thank you for the follow. And Ava, could I get on the list from the 50K giveaway from last Thursday? You absolutely can, dear. Let me just confirm your spot. Just a reminder to anybody who's on the hold list, if you would like to be added back on the list today, I just need the date that you were put on the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. If anybody else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the 4th person read for. Yep, there's absolutely still space. I will say the list might be a little bit shorter today, so if you want to make sure to secure a spot on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. And Izzy, thank you so much for becoming a subscriber over on the place where we keep the videos. I appreciate you. So the way that it works is the list itself are for those who effectively pay for readings. So that gives you a discount on the personal reading. So for instance, if you were to have a full reading right now, that amount would be $23 as opposed to $29. However, as a member, you are eligible for a free 1-card reading each and every day that I am on. And what we effectively do is once we get through the daily collective, I open it up to 1-card readings for subscribers. So you'll be able to have a free 1-card reading each day that I am on the live. Thank you so much for your membership. I deeply appreciate you. How are you doing today, Alexandria? Welcome. I just read over the retreat. It sounds so amazing. I hope that you can be there. And again, if you have any questions, by all means, make sure to reach out to me. I'm also very happy to effectively connect one-on-one if there's any individuals that would like any questions answered in relationality to that. And again, as someone, Alexandria, you should have access to our subscriber-only disco channel. So you can also, we've got a whole channel there that you can ask any questions on as well. Just a reminder to anybody who is a super fan, you do have access to our disco channel. All you need to do if you would like to become a part of that channel, if you are not already a part of it, is message me from this live with a disco GIF, and I'll be happy to add you to that. I'll send you the invite, as well as if you would like a special coupon, if you would like in for a direct link to learn more about the trip that I spoke about in August, message me the word trip. And if you would like a special coupon, now if you are a super fan, and Izzy, you should also now have access as well to the disco channel. I'll be able to reach out to you directly if you would like that as well and send you that invite too. If you would like to become, if you head over to the disco channel, there is also in the class system, in the section for the perks, you'll find a special coupon code for our class subscription program over on the stack. But if you are not a subscriber and you are here on the place where on the clock app, if you directly message me from this live with the word class, I'll be happy to send you a special coupon that is only available when I am live doing these readings. Thank you so much, dear. And as Acetone, thank you for the follow as well. Allie, thank you for those gifts as well. And Goddess 777, thank you for the follow. Absolutely, Izzy. We're going to be getting to the 1-cards once we complete the personal readings. So we'll be able to have a section by which we'll be doing that as well. Good to see you today, Erin. BU Poems, thank you for joining us and thank you for the follow. I'm doing well. How are you feeling today, Alexandra? Julia, I've got you, dear. Can I get on the list from the highest gifter from Thursday? I've got you. Let me just confirm your spot on the list. You said it was Thursday? Yes, Julia. I have you added, and you will be the fourth person read for. If there's anybody else who would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fifth person read for. Excellent. I was confused about how you gain access to the disco. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely, Alexandra. So just message me. Again, just message me from this live a disco GIF and a disco, and I will send you the invite. Grand Rising, Alexandra. I'm doing well today. How are you doing? Yes, I need all this info for the disco and class. So much good stuff. And Izzy, new subscribers always get an immediate one card. So if you just let me know what your question is, I'll be happy to draw that one card for you. Anyone who becomes an immediate superfan always gets an immediate first one card. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read, but we did have two individuals who got on the live who got on the list prior to the live beginning. Anyone who gets on the list before the live begins always has first priority in having a reading. So the first person that we are going to be doing a reading for today is going to be, we are looking for Grace. Grace, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like to answer. And Izzy, thank you for becoming a subscriber. Your free one card for today is going to be, we've got here the Lover's card. So I feel like this is a lot of work that I see that you're doing right now in relationality to building healthy relationships. It's a conversation and being able to understand the healthy give and take that is necessary. Bottom of the deck on this reading right now, especially with the Empress energy, this is a conversation that articulates about ask and you shall receive, right? Working into, I feel like you're very much in the space by which we identify a lot of energy is in right now with these world relationships, finding the confidence to be able to articulate upon the emotions with directions attached to them, which allow the ability to be able to identify and recognize what it is that we're trying to perfect or work upon deeper in energetic connection at this time. Your animal spirit guide card for today is the Hind, right? So the ability of understanding it's not too much to ask as long as it's energetically reciprocal, right? The ability to ask something as long as it's something that you would eagerly give is building into your own context and getting better to communicate upon what your needs are. And thank you for becoming a subscriber. As we wait for Grace to come through, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. Well done, Nikki. We will do that again after the next reading. Thank you guys so much for participating. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Saturday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Saturday, January 31st, 2026. We are going to be doing a masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update today. We're going to be starting right now with the headspace of masculine. We are going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck to be able to read into the headspace of masculine right now. I've got 3 cards out on the table. First 3 cards we are starting our day off with today are first, the Sun card. Second card we see today is the King of Cups in its upright. And the third card that we're identifying today is the Queen of Wands in its reversal. So what we're basically identifying that's occurring right now with a lot of the energy of the masculine is a continuation of being able to identify and articulate upon understanding. And I want to kind of see this, like there's a lot of this energy of healthy masculine. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, that is working through breaking the false perception of feminine energy. And why do we recognize this false perception of feminine energy that we identify in the headspace of the masculine? Because it is the difference, right? In order to build into real, we have to resolve ideal. And what do we mean by in order to build into real, we have to resolve ideal? Because the identification point of recognizing and working through, right, the perfectitude of energetic counterpart is often why we don't find what we're looking for, right? It's that observation of recognizing, like it's the false perception that we energetically create within our own context that often is the space by which we don't see what's energetically within a connection point. It's the observation of being able to identify and work through that context. And so I feel like there's a lot of this work, right? I feel like there's a lot of this work that we identify that the masculine is doing, and even in the context by which they're working through that, it's the identify. And I want to describe, like, this is a type of work that we can expect moving into Leo full moon energy, right? The space by which, and I want to describe, this is why it's so important for masculine to also do the work in being able to understand that vulnerability is a strength, right? Because when masculine is in a modality by which masculine perceives strength as a weakness, right? And then, right, the modality by which masculine articulates that weakness is not something to be aspired for, but something to be energetically reviled, then what effectively happens is when one is looking for counterpart energy, right? You can't regulate upon the space by which you look at vulnerability as some kind of point of anathema, and then identify the fact that you want that found in counterpart, right? Because what happens in the modality by which you work through situations like that, right? You can't aspire and say, oh, there's something within the self I revile, right? There's something within the self that I absolutely hate, but it's the first thing that I look for in counterpart energy, right? Because that is literally, like, when you're doing that, what are you effectively doing? You're trying to build a relationship in the context of projecting your shadow onto another person, right? And this is why we often articulate that the more that we're able to navigate, right? This is the masculine that understands that the more that the masculine makes a home within the self to recognize that their vulnerability is precious, then the modality by, and how hard it is, right? Then the modality by which they move towards counterpart and they see that quality within the counterpart, right? It's the difference between moving towards an energetic connection by which you look up to another, right? You recognize the aspiration of how hard it is to move in that modality of vulnerability, rather than working through the projected shadow that often creates in the space by which we haven't healed that within. And so this is why I keep on hearing, like, a lot of the masculine understanding and saying the work of healing relationship is an internal journey, right? It starts from within in order to heal it without, because you can't say, oh, there's something that I work to cleanse myself of, right? There's something that I work to, like, remove from myself, but that's all I want to find, right? That's all I want to find in counterpart, right? Because that's literally the space by which you say, like, I'm not looking for a relationship, I'm looking for a physical manifestation of my shadow work, right? So we see that for a lot of the energy, this is a lot of the energy facilitating upon recognizing that and building into the context of identifying and recognizing how we feel, right? And this is often why when masculine starts to hold their vulnerability in a higher way, what happens? It's the ability of healing the qualities and characteristics that we see in counterpart by which another person feels that sense of celebration when one finds it, instead of confusion. Now, moving towards feminine right now, and we've got 3 cards coming through for feminine. For feminine today, I'm feeling, you know what? I'm feeling with feminine, it's a Leo full moon coming up. I feel like we got some Tarot del Fuego coming through. And as I said so, did you see, as I did so, did you notice the fact that one of the cards just, like, slid to the, like, just slid, just slid, like, right off the deck. It's laying on the floor right now, and it's transverse. And I like it. Like, chariot in transverse is like smooth surface. This is smooth surface. And I like to point this out because and I want to describe this, right? It's a continuation of what we were talking about in relationality to what it means to be spiritually balanced. And I feel like a lot of the feminine energy gets this. The observation, right? The observation of seeing another person like moving like the fallacy that often happens in relationality to finding someone that is able to effectively stay, I keep on hearing the modality by which we stay energetically balanced. And this is like I keep on getting, it's a continuation of what it actually means to be spiritual, right? Because spirituality isn't about avoiding things, right? It's none of this. It's none of this. You'll meet those that try to do that, right? They're like, I'm very, very like, I'm very spiritual. No, I don't look at those things. I don't look at things. I'm very spiritual. I don't look at things that bother me, right? Like that's not spirituality. That's hypersensitivity, right? And so the modality by which we energetically work through something difficult, right? Like that is the gift that we bring to one another because it's a modality by which we understand, and I keep on hearing it, the force of love. Often the force of love that we bring towards each other is the ability of effectively working to find that energetic healthy balance, right? And this is a lot of the energy that effectively articulates even in the conversation of building towards things, right? And I feel like I have to stress this. I don't mind seeing a chariot in its transverse, right? Because a chariot in its transverse, a chariot in its transverse is often a conversation that talks about building energetic bridges, right? It's the modality by which we often articulate, right? And I feel like feminine understands this in a very deep and powerful way, which is the understanding that the ability to effectively work through something, but not just work through something, but the ability to effectively allow the context of creating an energetically supportive environment is often the journey by which we allow each other to find ourselves, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that there's something really beautiful in relationality to the feminine doing that energetic work because it's saying even there that it works into the framework of being able to recognize and identify that often in the process and this is why we like I feel like it's interesting because I keep on getting in the process of doing things. This is why it's so important that we don't presume, right? Because when we don't presume, we resume is what I keep on hearing. And what do I mean by if we don't presume, we resume? Because it's the modality by which we allow the context of building into the energetic direction by which we're working to effectively facilitate. And often in the modality, and I need to point this out, often in the modality by which we effectively articulate, right? When we articulate our energetic desires, right? When we articulate our energetic desires, we effectively, I keep on hearing, it's like we effectively, we put them into the ether, right? We allow the modality by which we articulate and we percolate, right? And this is what we see even now, like the modality or the shape by which we often articulate upon something allows, and I keep on hearing, the modality by which we work through circumstances or situations is we work towards the space by which we hold our energetic manifestations. But I keep on hearing, you hold a manifestation gently, right? Which is the modality by which you effectively articulate and recognize the space by which one works to embody it is not the space by which you effectively like push, like it's not the space by which you push on something and then you push against it and you push against it and you push against it and say, why isn't it? Like, why isn't it happening? It's the space by which you open yourself more to the possibilities of how it can energetically arrive towards the self. And I feel like there's a lot of the feminine that works in that capacity. And I feel like it's a continuation on the feminine building into the patience. I keep on hearing not just joy on the journey, but patience on the journey. Because the modality by which we work through circumstances or situations and we allow for the amplification of our energetic intention to shine through, but then we're energetically patient in terms of how we move towards it. I feel like there's a lot of the feminine that's working on giving themselves, right? Giving themselves the same energetic concession that they give to those around the self, right? I feel like, and I think that that's hard. I keep on seeing that's hard for some of the feminine. The next two cards we see that's coming through on that right now is the Knave of Swords in its upright in combination with the Five of Pentacles in its upright. And what do we effectively see with the Knave of Swords and the Five of Pentacles, right? This is often, I feel like this is often the energy. This is a continuation of a lot of feminine energy, healing from the fallacy of comparison is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing comparison's a garrison. And why am I hearing comparison is a garrison? Because when you have comparison is a garrison, the modality by which you feel energetically compared often makes it feel like it's you against the world, right? Comparison is a garrison basically articulates and says that when we have the perception that we need to effectively, that we're constantly feeling energetically compared, then it doesn't create the space by which we can energetically unify. Right? It's a modality by which we feel like we're always energetically struggling against one another instead of feeling the force of energetic unity by which we effectively can move through things. And so I just keep on hearing that for a lot of the feminine energy, right, working through that capacity or modality is the identification. And I feel like this is a lot of the feminine that says the ability to heal, right? The ability to heal from the fallacy of comparison is the modality by which things effectively open up to us, right? It's the ability by which we look to the world around us and say, how can I be more generous towards it, right? It doesn't feel like, but often it's hard because I feel like for some of the energy of feminine that works through situations and circumstances like that, it's the recognition of, and I want to say this, the recognition of feminine potentially at times feeling like that modality by which they navigate others that haven't healed that within them, right? And the modality by which I feel like that's a lot of the feminine. That's a lot. I feel like it's a lot of this feminine energy that works through, and this is what's beautiful about it, right? When feminine recognizes this, then the reason I keep on hearing comparison is a garrison, because the reason I keep on hearing comparison is a garrison is not only the fact by which we recognize that that perception of the world often creates this feeling of feeling like one has to like fight through things, right? But also it becomes a force of perception, right? The modality by which we see another who holds that perception that informs us, right? It informs us in a profound way. And the modality by which it informs us, it energetically protects us from it. So I feel like, again, this is a lot of the energy of the feminine healing from comparison by being able to recognize energy that often tries to build into the framework of feminine seeing things in that way, right? Like that, I keep on hearing, even that, an energetic act of protection. Now, this brings us to a lot of the non-binary energy. And for non-binary energy right now, you know, it's interesting. We're going to be utilizing the Game of Thrones tarot. And the reason we're going to do it is because when I looked to the tarot spread, there was already a card, right? There was already a card that was upright on it. So I feel like we're just going to use this one because clearly this one wants to speak up right now. So the first card that was popped up right here was the Five of Swords in its reversal. And we like to see a Five of Swords in its reversal. Can I get two more cards, please? Whoop, and one drop from the bottom of the deck. So that's also very important. We've also got the Seven of Spears in its upright in combination with the Ace of Swords in its reversal. And I want to describe what we're effectively like. I feel like it's really interesting because I feel like for a lot of the non-binary energy that I'm seeing right now is working through, and it's a conversation. It's a continuation on the conversation that we're seeing right now in relationality to being energetically vulnerable is all I keep on seeing. And what's so difficult, like this is what's so hard about vulnerability. Vulnerability is a precious substance. Is what I keep on saying. Vulnerability is a precious, precious substance. Do you know how hard it is Do you know how hard it is to move through a world such as this and be able to maintain the power of being energetically vulnerable? Do you know what a precious gift that is? Is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like this is a continuation of the non-binary energy, feeling like this is how they heal, like this is how one is healing in the capacity of being able to see those qualities within the self, right? Vulnerability as precious substance, right? The modality by which we don't allow the hardness of others to affect the nature of our own energetic self, right? It builds into, and that's, I keep on hearing, you have to be strong and vulnerable, right? It takes a lot of strength to be vulnerable in a world such as this one, right? It's the sense by which we identify and recognize the force of that energetic intention is often the modality by which we often feel, right? We often feel the rigor of an energy around us that wants us, right? That wants us to get, like, I keep on hearing, like, wants us to get angry, wants us to get, I keep on hearing, wants us to get bitter, right? And this is why I keep on hearing a lot of that energy saying joy, like you can't, like joy on the journey, which is the modality. But I keep on hearing the energy go, you can be angry and joyful. Like you can be angry. This energy. You can be angry and joyful at the same time, because when you recognize the fact that vulnerability is a precious substance, then the ability to carry joy in equal proportionality to the anger that you hold becomes, I keep on hearing, it becomes your energetic space by which you yourself are being energetically strong, right? It's the energetic, it's the modality by which we articulate that that joy is something that we ourselves create. And I keep on seeing that this energy is like working very hard. I keep on hearing it, they're working very hard to build into the context of articulating to another, right? That you can hold, I keep on hearing, you can hold anger, and you also hold joy in equal proportionality, because that's how you energetically protect vulnerability. Because when you articulate that vulnerability is precious, then that is the modality by which you have to hold both of those energetic forces in the same capacity. Because often, I keep on hearing, the anger makes you want to forget that joy exists. And our ability of holding our joy proportionally with our anger is the modality by which we articulate that that is something that we work, like that we work to effectively protect, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like that's really important for a lot of that energy right now. Now, moving back towards masculine, and we're going to be utilizing for masculine right now, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego for the heart space of masculine. 3 cards to clarify, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the Knight of Cups in its reversal. A lot of cup cards right now in masculine headspace space. We've got the 4 of Pentacles in its upright, and we also have the 6 of Pentacles in its reversal. So what are we effectively articulating or identifying for a lot of that energy right now? And I like this. I like this because you know, I feel like I feel like for a lot of the masculine energy, I feel like there is something very important that's happening in relationality to understanding the value and capacity by which I keep on hearing manifestations, healthy manifestations are focused upon feelings, not things, is what I keep on getting. Healthy manifestation, feelings, not things. Why do I keep on hearing feelings, not things for masculine? Because often, and this is the fallacy of a manifestation goal, right? A manifestation goal will never change, will never emotionally change you in the context of receiving it, right? There's a fallacy of belief by which another person says, oh, if I just had that person, I would be happy. I'm miserable now, but if I had that person, oh my gosh, I would just be over the moon. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You would be exactly the same person that you were yesterday, but just with somebody beside you, right? Like that's the truth of it. The modality by which we come to erase the idea that energy that the proximity to energy would effectively change us in a profound way is how we start to heal. We are everywhere we go, there we are. And that's why we work, right? When we're working towards a healthy manifestation, we work towards nourishment, right? We work towards nourishment of the self. We work towards a nourishment of the energy around us. Because instead of looking at, I keep wondering, instead of looking at the context of relationship from the prospect of possession, right? The fallacy of the unhealed that sees relationship as possession with the false belief that being able to energetically possess something is going to change who you are qualitatively. This is the energy that we effectively recognize or identify builds into the context of looking at the energy around the self and saying, how do I nourish the energetic feeling that I'm hoping to find in healthy partnership? Because the way that we move towards healthy relationship is the energetic observation of being able to move towards something, but even in the context by which we are able to move towards it, right? The song that we should sing when we're moving towards a healthy manifestation is not where is it? It's how do I make it grow? It's not where is it? It's not where do I find it? It's not where, like, what do I have to do? It's how do I make it grow? How do I become the energetic space by which that can energetically arrive to me? The modality by which we put that effective concentration towards ourselves is the modality of being able to recognize the internal work that has a profound impact on the relationships that energetically surround the self. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is working to heal. And I feel like it's the energy that says the first place it has to heal is in the space of working through the self-conscious, right? The self-consciousness that makes us feel like we doubt ourselves, the self-consciousness that makes us feel like we can't have things, right? That is the energetic limiting belief by which we navigate circumstances. And our ability to find that compassion for ourselves is the first step in being able to facilitate and create the healthy relationships around us. And I feel like I see a lot of the energy of the masculine working in that capacity. And even in the modality by which they're working in that capacity, they're being, I keep on hearing, building into the energetic empathy, not just upon the desires of the self, but how the articulation of our desires impacts and affects the energy of those around us, right? The modality of being able to articulate upon that, that allows the capacity of being able to recognize. I keep on hearing the manifestation that feels energetically intentional because we're building into the context of the intentionality by which we're effectively able to arrive or thrive in the capacity of what it is that we're working to effectively develop or understand or learn more about the self is all I keep on saying. Now moving back towards feminine, for feminine right now we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space of feminine. 3 cards, please. Actually, Paul, I'm going to hold. I'm feeling actually energetically called to utilize the Game of Thrones deck. But we've got one card out. We've got one card for feminine that's Smith-Waite, so we're going to keep that there. Okay, thank you. So the 3 cards we've got right now are the 4, the 4 of Wands in its reversal, the Hermit card in its reversal, and the Tower card in its reversal. And I like this because what I'm seeing here, for a lot of the feminine energy, and I want to describe this, right? And I think it's so interesting that we have one of those cards coming through as the Smith-Waite system, because it's a continuation of understanding that it's very similar. It's a continuation of understanding that a healthy manifestation is often not based upon, and I keep on hearing, when you're working with the universe, right? When you're building into the universe in the space by which, in the space by which one is trying to understand or recognize the qualities or working through of the self, right? I feel like there's a lot of this, like there's a lot of this energy of feminine that is working on letting go. I keep on hearing like letting go of controlling tendencies in relationality to how things go, right? Because and this is what we like to talk about. And I love to see, I always love seeing cards like this in the modality of working through the heart space of energy, which is, the space by which the space by which we understand, right? The modality by which um, we you have to conceive of the fact that we only understand a proportionality of alignment, right? And in the modality by which we often articulate the way that we expect something to go is the limitation point of having our I keep on hearing like the space by which we have our dreams, like the space by which our dreams arrive to us is often the modality by which we say like away we go. And the reason we say away we go is because we put that force of attention, and it's funny because I want to say intention, but I keep on getting attention, right? We put that force of attention out there. We articulate upon what it is that we're trying to do. And then the capacity by which we allow for the context of the possibilities, right? And this is what we talk about the force of our intention, the ability of saying, like looking to the universe, right? The beautiful constant prayer that we say to the universe as it relates to something that we hold close to our hearts. It says, show me how I can make this grow. Show me all of the amazing ways by which something can arrive to me and surprise me, right? Surprise me on that journey, right? Show me things that I could not even have energetically predicted or seen before, right? Because that is the beauty and the power of a healthy intention, right? It doesn't require our forced intention in relationality to how we expect it to arrive to us, but the modality by which we hold ourselves in a perpetual state of energetic presence in relationality to our manifestation goals allows the ability of being able to see things that we could not see before, right? It's the view, it's the beauty of building into the context of a healthy manifestation that changes one's own view, even in the modality by which one is arriving to perceive it. And I feel like this is why, right? This is why I see so much of that feminine energy that works through. Like I keep on hearing, why would you want to compare anything, right? When you're so focused, right? And this is what you have to recognize. This is why you have to let go of perfection. Because when you say to the universe, I want to be perfect, right? Then what are you going to see in every direction? Competition, right? Right? That's what happens. When you say to the universe, I want to be perfect, the way the universe can arrive to giving that to you is being like, oh, you want to be perfect? Okay, here's a bunch of competition, right? Competition after competition after competition. The universe is very energetically generous. So when we articulate the fact that we are like, this is why we have to heal, right? Not perfect, perfected, right? Not building into the context of effectively being the best at things, but being the best version of self, right? Because the context by which we find and hold those manifestation goals allows us to arrive at the possibility of the universe that answers that energetic call and reaches for us in the same capacity that we reach towards them. And so that modality, and I feel like this is the energy of feminine going, the way I heal my relationship is I let go of perfection. And when I see others that demand perfection from me, well, guess what? That's healing, right? I just saw someone that has a perception of comparison. That's protection. That's great. Now I know what to energetically avoid, right? The ability of understanding the relationship that nourishes is never one that makes one feel like one is constantly in a point of comparison, but in the modality of holding each other preciously. I keep on seeing the healing of perfection thus becomes a shield because it's the modality by which you effectively move away from it that allows one to become one's best version of self because you don't work into the capacity of trying to like be above someone else, but you're focusing on your own energetic journey. And so I feel like there's a lot of that energy that's working through that. And even in the modality by which they perceive it in others, right? It's the perception by which it changes. I see the energy is like perception of it even changes in the modality by which they see it, right? It's like I keep on seeing they're like taking the note in the best way possible, but allowing it to effectively inform them as they continue forward in some capacity. And this is bringing us to the non-binary energy. And non-binary energy right now, we've got 3 cards coming up. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space of non-binary. 1 card stuck to the table from the bottom of the deck. We've got a lot of bottom of the deck cards coming up right now for the non-binary energy. 2 more, please. Nope, this one here, and 1 more, please. Okay. Ah. We've got here the Lover's card in its upright. We also have the 3 of Cups in its upright, and we also have the 7 of Pentacles. You know what? I love this heart space of non-binary, because this is the modality, and I feel like this is the modality of non-binary articulating the fact of not needing to energetically I keep on hearing explanation is a gift. Is what I keep on hearing. Explanation is a gift, and I keep on hearing this energy say they do not exist to fulfill another's curiosity. Explanation is a gift, and they don't exist to fulfill another's curiosity, is what I keep on hearing. I just keep on hearing this in the heart space of non-binary. Explanation is a gift, and they don't exist to fulfill another's curiosity. And what's interesting about that is a lesson. That is a lesson that a lot of the non-binary energy has held on to and utilized as they work into the capacity of their own process of healing, is all I keep on seeing, right? Because I keep on getting, there's a difference. I keep on hearing there's a difference between a real connection, right? There's a difference between a real connection and someone that builds a connection just to fulfill a curiosity, right? And I keep on hearing the energy that articulates it often the space by which they see somebody curious about them is like, I keep on hearing like, it's the modality by which they're like I keep on hearing the energy go like, and that's the thing about it. And this is what we have to talk about, right? The modality of understanding, right? Like it's like, and I feel like it's often very like there's something very intriguing there, because I feel like this energy has gotten very, very good at being able to tell the difference in someone who effectively I keep on hearing the nuanced understanding, the profound recognition of understanding between someone that wants to understand us deeper versus someone that wants to get to the bottom of things, is what I keep on seeing, right? I feel like this energy is very, very attenuated in being able to tell the difference between another individual that wishes to, I keep on hearing the desire to approach something. And I keep on getting, it's the difference between a healed inner child versus an unhealed inner child, right? Because what do we see with a healed inner child? A healed inner child sees the world with a sense of awe, right? A sense of arrival, the breathtaking modality by which there is something by which we come to understand something better. What does the unhealed inner child do, right? The unhealed inner child, and we've talked about this, unhealed inner child is the version of the self that feels like one knows everything. And I keep on seeing that, and this is very, very attenuated, so you have to give me a moment to explain it. This energy has gotten incredibly good at being able to tell the difference between someone who genuinely wishes to understand the connection to a person on a deeper level, right? The modality of being able to work through the context of knowing another person versus, right, someone that effectively is in the position by which they ask something. But even in the space by which they ask something, you can tell that they think that they know everything. This is so specific. I hope that makes sense. I'm going to say it again for those that are listening. This energy has been able to attenuate between the difference between someone that genuinely asks things because of a desire to learn and to know and to be in a space of, I keep wondering, the awesome, right? That's what we mean by being awesome. Awesome is being in energetic awe of something and being like, I want to understand something further, right? The awe-inspiring question versus the energetic question of deflection, which is someone who asks something not because they're feeling awed by it, but because they are in the position by which they believe they know everything and they just want more information to effectively feel more fortified in their own limited thoughts or energetic beliefs. One is expansive, one is rigid. And this energy in their heart space, it's like they pick up on that. I keep wondering, this energy can pick up on that, like that, like that. And I can even see this energy having a hard time explaining it to others. I hear the energy going, you can just feel it. You can just feel it. You can just feel it. You can just feel it in the way that another person approaches, right? The modality by which it's hard to put into words, right? That's what I keep on getting. It's hard, but that's the energy that goes, and this is often the space, right? You know, the energy being like they and this is the energy that says like they trust their sus is what I keep on hearing. They trust their sus because they trust their sus because this is what they're able to energetically attenuate upon, right? Like I just see that energy being like, it's a lot of that modality of being able to recognize it, but it's hard to put into words. And I feel like that's what's difficult. I feel like some of that energy, having a modality by which they often feel like they're having conversations by which language feels like it escapes them in relationality to articulating the difference between those two forms. Continuing back into masculine energy, and we're going to have 3 cards right now on the unconscious space of masculine. Again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We're going to be utilizing the Game of Thrones tarot for the unconscious of masculine. Yeah, we've got the 3 of Spears, and it's cantilevered, so that's important. It came out cantilevered, so we're going to read it as such. The 2 of Cups in its reversal. And the 8 of Spears in its upright. So what are we effectively identifying? What are we effectively identifying in a lot of those modalities or experiences? I just keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, working into, I keep on getting working into the context of healthy communication is, I keep on hearing it's working through, and I like to identify this, particularly with this 8 of Spears and the 2 of Cups in its reversal, is, and I want to describe this, and I just need to stress this, like, this is what I keep on getting when it comes to like masculine energy being a real one, is what I keep on getting. And why do I identify masculine energy being in the modality of being a real one? And I keep on getting, when masculine energy understands that when like being an energetic real one is the modality by which you aren't swayed by the energetic direction of others, right? It's often the modality, like even it's often the modality by which we articulate and we know the energetic direction that needs to go, right? And I keep on hearing for a lot of this energy, it's the conversation on what it actually means to be energetically chivalrous is what I keep on getting. And I like that because, and I want to describe this, we've forgotten what it means to be energetically chivalrous. Chivalrous is not something that you do to bedeck the self, okay? Chivalry is not about bedecking, which is the modality by which you don't do something and the modality by which one expects something from it. Chivalry is the modality by which you do it because you know it is the right direction to go. There is no greater gift because when you feel like that, you are energetically connected to spirit. That's all there is, right? That beautiful inclination, right? Don't tell me you're not spiritual, and then tell me that you know what's right. Because what is that tug? What is that tug? But the deep understanding of the space by which something says, hey, hey, you know what the right thing to do here is, right? The modality by which we move towards that energetic tug is the call from spirit that often articulates and says, move in that direction, right? Not what you can do, but what you know one should do, right? And there are those that like to pretend that they don't have that connection to it. And here's the thing about it. The less you listen to that, the less connected that you are to energetic spirit. It's that simple, right? If you don't answer the call within yourself to know what is energetically right, you effectively disassociate yourself from spirit, right? It's the modality by which we understand and we move an inclination to that is the ability for us to feel energetically connected. And I feel like one of the things that often happens with masculine energy is working into, right? Working into the context of a world. And what does the world say? Pay attention. No, do this instead, right? Don't do that, do this, right? Do this, do this, do this, right? The identification of another trying to articulate the thing that one needs to do to be the embodiment of yourself. If you arrived here in your true masculinity, there's nobody who can tell you what that is but you. And the modality by which you arrive to it is the modality often by which another person tries to tell you what to do, and you say, I know what the right thing to do is, right? It's not the space of fall. And this is the masculine recognized and says, you choose what masculinity is. Is masculinity following absurd directions? Is masculinity following absurd energetic directions in relationality to the conduct of the self? Or is it building into the amplification of being able to build into unity, building into the love that we feel for one another, the possibility of how incredible the world can be around us? And I feel like a lot of the masculine energy working to heal in that capacity says, every time I answer the call in spirit to be my best version of self, I give permission to everybody around me to do the same. It's a journey that we do, and this is why we talk about, this is what it means to be in the space of true chivalry. True chivalry is not the modality by which you do something and say, what am I going to get for it? What am I going to get for it? It's the modality by which you feel the amplification of the heart space that opens in knowing that moving something in the right direction is the greatest gift you can give to a world, because that is the love letter, right? That is the love letter that we give to each other. The modality by which every time we do something in the way that we want to be true, the way that we know it ought to be, we answer the call of spirit that says, make this world as beautiful as it can be. But it's difficult, right? Because I feel like a lot of the modality of masculine often feeling that space of the false stoicism that says like, oh no, if you want to do this, you have to do that, right? It's the modality by which we build into that preciousness of connection. It's the modality by which we build into the compassion and the love that we feel for one another. What is more masculine than being able to articulate how much we care about each other? Because when we articulate how much we care, we're able to amplify the force of that energetic protection that we build around ourselves. While for feminine, I feel like for a lot of the feminine energy right now, bottom of the deck for feminine or unconscious for feminine, we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. Can I get 3 cards, please? And again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We've got here the 7 of Swords in its reversal. We've got here the 5 of Swords in its reversal. And we've also got here, wow, the 4 of Swords in its upright. It's all swords. It's all swords. It's all swords in the feminine unconscious. And here's the thing, like, this is the thing about it, though, and it makes a lot of sense for seeing so many swords right now in the feminine unconscious, because this is the feminine unconscious recognizing it is very traumatizing to be in a space of love, of understanding that often the space by which the feminine is most traumatized is by energy that claims to love them the most. This is feminine that has literally had to articulate to others and say, let me tell you a little story about how I was traumatized by another person that claimed that they knew what was best for me instead of caring about what I energetically felt about it. And this is the feminine that often articulates upon the fact that love is not enough. Because if another person is too deep in their egoic journey and claims to love you, they don't listen to you. Love is listening. Love is active listening. And I see this feminine energy articulating, just saying, love is active listening. Love is active listening. But the modality by which often someone is in their egoic space is the space by which they perceive the desire of feminine to be a non-entity, in the modality by which they just arrive into the fantasy of what they aspire the feminine to be, rather than wanting to hear the conversation of what feminine is truly asking for. And this is why I feel like a lot of the feminine has had to build into the space by which it's hard, because the feminine would like to lead with love, right? They would love to lead with love if it were only safe enough to do so. But it's very hard to lead with love in a world where there are those who have not recognized the difference between actually loving someone, which is actively listening, versus going through an ego trip and claiming it's a love letter. The modality by which another person is going through the motion of an energetic story that they've created for themselves, rather than energetically listening to what the feminine is articulating is their true experience inhabiting a circumstance or situation. And this is why I see a lot of this feminine working through the capacity of articulating even the desire to be more. The feminine would be more in the feminine. Right? The feminine would be more in the feminine if everybody would just understand this, because the modality by which we are able to navigate the active listening of feminine, that love is active listening, is the modality by which we work to effectively allow each other to be nourished by love, not in the space by which we look towards feminine to ease an energetic demand in relationality to what we expect from them. And so a lot of this feminine working through that and feeling really energetically frustrated, because it's the energy that almost articulates upon the fact that they're angry and they would rather not be angry, but yet they must. But yet they must, because of a world that effectively often articulates the space of seeing the feminine and wanting to claim that they love feminine, but actually is trying to articulate that they desire to control feminine. Now this brings us to non-binary energy, 3 cards for non-binary, and we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego for the unconscious of the non-binary, please. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the Strength card in its reversal. Whoop, this one went cantilevered. All right, we're going to read it transverse. The Ace of Swords in its transverse, and the Two of Pentacles in its reversal. And so for a lot of the energy that we're seeing that's working through this right now, and I want to point this out, I want to stress, right? And I want to point out, when I first drew that Ace of Swords, it was not transverse. It spun into a transverse position. And the thing about it is, I feel like for a lot of the non-binary energy, it's often the energy that tries to move through the life vulnerably. An energy like articulating, like and this is what we can expect, like, this is what we can expect with Neptune about to move into like Aries, which is the modality of someone saying, like, don't mistake kindness for weakness. Like, when you see an evolved kind person, if you only knew the work that they had to do to perpetually maintain the modality of kindness. That's what I keep on hearing. The sheer force of effort that it takes, right? It's the modality by which it takes strength to be kind, right? It takes strength to be kind in a cruel world. It takes strength to be kind in a cruel world by which it often feels like it's energetically difficult to do so. And so this is why I keep on getting a lot of that energy that works into the space of seeing, like, this is the energy that sees vulnerability as a precious commodity that needs to be energetically protected, right? because the modality by which we articulate that vulnerability is when we look at the world and we identify that vulnerability is the most precious of things, it's because, right, it's so easy, right? It's so easy when you've been hurt to take the false lesson from an experience, right? It's so easy to be hurt in love and say, that's fine, I'll just never love again. It's so easy to have your trust broken and to say, that's fine, I'll never trust again. When we do that, the trauma has won, right? That is the sound of trauma winning, because it's the modality by which we effectively close ourselves off, right? It's the modality by which we allow the trauma to bring us into hermit mode. And our ability to effectively resist against that inclination is the modality, is the gift that we give to the future, because it's a modality by which we look to the future and say, I am not expecting the same as what I had in past experiences. I'm not going to let that hurt from the past change the possibility of what could be ahead. And in that space, right, we allow the context of the healing to begin. But this is why we talk about the fact that healing isn't easy. Healing is an act of active resistance against anything that traumatized you. And that modality of doing so is the modality by which hope is something that we create. We create for ourselves and we create for the world around us. And it isn't informed. And this is why often, right? This is why often the most kind, loving person you've ever met, you don't know what the context by which they've experienced the world is. And often in the space by which we are able to navigate those modalities and experiences and not allow something to energetically affect us, but allow it to articulate the shape of our love even more, right? That journey is never wasted. It's always, and that's the thing about it. When you look at your healing like that, it is a love song to the future, right? It is a love song to the future that says, I expect better than what I underwent. That the modality by which we do that allows us to effectively arrive, to embody the force by which the trauma that occurred to us can never happen again. It is the hardest work, but it is the most essential and it's the most vital, because it's not allowing oneself to fall into the sense of sad desperation that nothing can get better, but to allow one's own ability to move through the world to be the arrival of the change, because you navigated something that was painful and difficult and you didn't let it change you. That means that you are the energetic blessing. And I feel like that's a lot of the energy that often carries the weight of those experiences quietly, right? The inner battle that they often undergo every day, even in the modality of navigating others' barbs, but not allowing those barbs to affect the force by which they try to bring love to circumstances or situations. Bottom of the deck on this reading, moving towards masculine energy. We've got here the Justice card in bottom of the deck. And I like, here's the thing with like Justice card bottom of the deck for masculine. This is like there's a lot of this energy that I'm seeing here. The modality, I keep on getting this Justice card bottom of the deck really speaks to us upon the desire to match energy, right? I know how hard it is, right? When somebody is coming towards you completely unacceptably, like the inclination to want it to match energy is never stronger. And you know what? You have a right to, but it doesn't make it right, right? The sound of matching energy is the sound of two people falling down the stairs, right? The modality by which, because all one does, right? If someone comes towards you in a way that's not energetically right and you match it, it's a race to the bottom. All you do when you match energy with someone is you show them that you have zero integrity. All you do when you match energy with someone is you show them that you have zero integrity, right? When we are feeling that modality of experiencing something that's not right, we remember who we are. And that is the space by which I feel like a lot of the energy often works in that capacity of having those experiences of really feeling like, not only feeling inclined to do something, but feeling energetically right to do it. But then remembering that having the right to do something does not articulate that it's right. When someone tries to match us, we remember who we are. While for feminine energy right now, For feminine, we're going to be utilizing the bottom of the deck is the Smith-Waite Centennial, the Empress. And I feel like a lot, like the thing with the Empress energy, and this is what's painful, right? Feminine is understanding and recognizing that emotions are not given to us to heal things. They're given to us to discern things. The modality by which our emotions, when we express our emotions towards things, the ability of effectively, as long as, right, as long as those emotions have healthy directions attached to them, right, as long as they're consistent and we wrap them up in a bow with the directions that attach to them, the ability of another to receive and how another person receives those emotions help us recognize and understand the space by which we ourselves are energetically appreciated. And it's hard, right? Because I see a lot of this feminine energy healing from situations or circumstances, carrying a lot of trauma by which they looked at a past and said, I don't know what went wrong. I had a lot of emotions. My emotions couldn't fix it. It's because emotions are not meant to fix things. The only way emotions can fix things is if emotions are carried mutually between energy, right? That's the incredible thing. Like, this is the wild thing about emotions, right? Mutual emotions can fix everything. But when our emotions are not mutually received, then they become the modality by which we discern and we move towards those situations or circumstances by which our emotions are held with a sense of honor. And that's not, and this is why we often talk about the fact that that doesn't mean we have to honor everybody's emotions, right? Because if your emotions don't have healthy directions attached to them, then you haven't done the work to refine them. But this is a lot of the feminine that's working upon that mutual work, right? Being able to refine and define the emotions, to have healthy directions attached to them that then allow for the space of being able to discern how another person receives them. So I feel like that is the work that the feminine's doing, but it's still, I feel like there's a lot of feminine that's healing from experiences in the past by which they blame themselves because their emotions couldn't fix something. And I feel like the healing that's coming through in that is the observation that emotions can't fix anything unless there's mutual effort in relationality to how one is working to repair with them. For non-binary energy right now, utilizing the Game of Thrones tarot, we've got the Ten of Spears in its reversal. And so what are we seeing with that Ten of Spears? I feel like I keep on, like, I feel like a lot of this non-binary energy learned these lessons long ago, you know? And there's something to be said, and I feel like there's something to be said about something that the energy is working on in terms of building into the ability to effectively energetically remain. I keep on hearing in the modality of energetically remaining in less, I keep on hearing energetically remaining in less than ideal circumstances or situations, because I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy. And I want to describe, I keep on seeing this happening right now as it relates to the energy often feeling misperceived, which is the modality of effectively having to, I keep learning, the modality of having to energetically step forward is often the modality, I keep on hearing, the space by which one tries to be the force of change in a world requires us often to step forward towards things. And what's interesting about that is I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of that energy is introverted. I keep on hearing it's not something that they energetically do because they feel the inclination to do so, but more because they understand, right? They understand, like, I feel like this energy understood long ago that we have to be the force of change that we energetically see in the world. And it's hard being in that space because often when you're trying to move towards the force of change, right, there are others that will project their own feelings upon it. Those modalities or experiences by which you often become, like, the force of change is often the energy that has a lot of projections cast upon it in the modality of those who have not worked through their own doubts and fears. But I feel like that's a lot of the energy that navigates others' projections. And even in the space, I keep on hearing projection is protection. And why is projection protection? Because others' projections of us should not affect us unless they carry a grain of truth, right? Others' projections we should not be affected by them unless they carry a grain of truth. And then, even in the grain of truth that they deliver to us, is a possibility of energetically healing, right? So, in a way, when we think of projections in that way, it helps us to navigate them. But it still hurts, is what I keep on seeing. It still hurts. And I feel like that's the energy that often works through things. And I feel like that's the energy that others see them and be like, wow, you're so strong. How do you not let something get affect you? And another person saying, oh, it affects me the whole time, right? There's not a moment or modality by which one isn't feeling it. One just had to become stronger. One just had to become stronger to be able to navigate that, even in the context of not letting it effectively. I keep wondering, not letting it effectively bother the self or hurt. Like I keep on hearing it's working through the space of saying far better to hurt as one moves towards love, right? Than to allow oneself to grow cold or to allow oneself to stop caring. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you'd like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the World Card. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with an exploration of the sword suite of the court cards. If you're interested in becoming a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid subscriber, monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. And you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. You'll also can head over there to learn more about a very special retreat that I'll be hosting this August. I'd like to invite you to join me August 8th through 13th as we will be traveling to Italy, the location by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered, to learn more about the cards and the context of the culture that allowed the tarot to grow and thrive. We'll be sharpening our tarot skills while also understanding the culture on a deeper level. And not only will everyone who participates in that retreat be receiving one-on-one classwork from me, but you'll also have the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me as well. And if you sign up this month, those who sign up and secure your spot today will also be receiving $200 discount on the full retreat package. You can find out more about that over on my tree that has links in it in my bio, as well as over on my stack. I also want to let you guys know that on top of you can also, even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to learn more about our mystic meditation articles. I just released one a couple of days ago on navigating this full moon in Leo that we've got coming up. And if you are interested in having a private reading with me, I also offer mentorship classes, which are specifically for my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your own journey at a budget, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Kath. You got our highest gifter today. You'll be having an additional, you'll be having a free reading. And Ivana, you came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading as well. If anybody else wants to get on the list today, you'll be the 6th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and pregnancy and medical and legal. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. We're also at 47.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. And bear with me a moment. Thank you so much. Good to see you today, Bridget. It's okay. And thank you as well. I know I love the Empress card too. And I don't necessarily mind seeing the Empress card bottom of the deck for feminine energy. Like, that's a continuation of feminine saying like they would love to be more in their feminine. If the world would allow it to be like the feminine would be more in it in their feminine. If the world was more of an accommodating place. Like, that's what's so wild about that. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Alexandria, for receiving these messages. All right. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. That was articulated well. Thank you, Avatar. Good to see you today. I'm okay with being pleasantly surprised. I felt called to let you know, Sin. I'm moving. You were saying find safekeeping for your things. Oh, you got a storage. Oh, that's wonderful. Okay. Oh my God, are you kidding? The storage unit's number was 111. Oh my dear, I'm so glad to hear that. And thank you for sharing that with me. Oh, that's beautiful. What a beautiful message. I know it's intense. You're going through like a birth process. Yeah, it was such a confirmation because I was wondering if I was keeping my things was even a good idea. Wow, that is wild. Remember I told you to keep the couch? You did, Nikki. Thank you guys for supporting each other in these messages as well. Oh my gosh, it sounds very heavy. I can't believe you did that. And thank you, Brenda, for the follow. Thank you, Honey, for the follow. Thank you, Ella, for confirmation. Jace, thank you for the follow as well. Trust your sus, yeah. Hi there, Graham. I like to point out, Graham, I just need to stress, Yeshua never said just to follow him. You articulate that, but that's not the teachings of what Yeshua was teaching. Like, that's literally not what Yeshua was saying in any context. So it's like when you articulate that, Like, you understand, like there's nothing that was egotistical in the messages that Yeshua was articulating. So when you say things like follow Yeshua, you need to be clear in relationality to what you're speaking upon, because that's not what Yeshua was saying. Yep. Again, you're not saying anything. Like, you're putting words in Yeshua's mouth. You have to articulate upon the teachings of Yeshua, because Yeshua did not say to follow them. They articulated very clearly upon what one should do for for one's neighbor, right? They literally, like, Yeshua's teachings are literally be at the service of those around the self. So that's not what Yeshua was saying. Yep, absolutely. Thank you as well. Thank you as well, Nikki. And Amy, thank you for the follow. Thank you for sharing the live, Amy. All right. This is everything I'm going through. Sending you support right now, Gabrielle. Well, and I need to point this out, Alexandria, right? This is what we talk about with expressing our vulnerability. When we give each other our vulnerability, it's a gift. And how another person chooses to utilize our vulnerability speaks more upon them than it ever does to us, right? We allow the vulnerability to build into the context of discernment in relationality to how another person holds it. Izzy, I did do your one card. So if you missed it, just go back in the live. I did it before we started the Daily Collective, so you should be able to find the reading there, dear. Okay, it was the Lover's card. I believe it was the Lover's card, which was articulating with the Empress card bottom of the deck, which is the ability to make sure that in building in healthy relationships, you're making sure to do the work to communicate your needs and manifestation goals, not the last thing to do, but the first thing, in order to, and I keep on hearing, the confidence that guides the healthy relationship and moves you away from the unhealthy one. I hope that helps, dear. Yeah, I know it's best for you because I care so much. None of that. Today feels so prophetically spoken. Oh, you're so welcome, Avatar. I do my best here. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Oh, thank you, Richard. That's very kind of you to say. 1,000% tap to claim. And Ella, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share a live. I'm sending you support on that journey, Richard. I hope you find spaces by which one holds your energy as precious and gives you compassion back in return. This is making me cry. Sending you support, Gabrielle. I hope those are happy tears. There are those that care, Richard. You're not alone in this world. I love that. A love song to the future. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I know you can read everything. What do you think about I'm happy to read for you on that. CM, if you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the 5th person read for. Absolutely. A friend who is an energy healer said, our shadow work is our greatest energetic protection. Well, when we recognize it for what it is, right? Like, we have to be present with it. And the modality by which we're energetically working through it, it's not that it's ever easy, but when we're able to, like, this is what we talk about in relationality to healing our shadow, which is being able to understand the things that we're trying to get better at, right? It's not easy. When you say binary, so Richard, in terms of binary energy, we often talk about the space, like when we're talking through the binary of energy, we often talk about it's the earliest, it's the most, I like to describe binary energy as the most primitive state that energy can occupy, which is the modality of working through the binary of a system. But when we build into something deeper, we start to move into the spectrum dynamic. So we talk a lot about that. And if you take my tarot classes, we talk a lot about the quality or the nature of binary energy, specifically in those early classes that I teach on the tarot. You can find all of that over on my stack. You see, and I need to point this out, Richard, if you want to heal a relationship with feminine energy, the first thing that you're like, what you're describing right now is perceiving on a binary, right? And I want to describe this, like, we don't build into the discriminative quality of looking at a whole thing in any way, shape, or form, because it shows a lack of understanding. We don't do it in relationality to a creed context. We don't do it for people with their religion. We don't do it based upon the color of their skin. So if we want to heal our relationship, the first thing I would kind of have you notice and address is the modality by which you're taking a whole portion of the universe, right? a whole half of the energy that's here, and you're bucketing it into the qualities and characteristics that it all operates in the same way. So that in itself is identifying the fact that you're looking at something from a polarized perspective that may be damaging in the context of getting to understand deeper the qualities and connections of an individuated person. So I hope in the space by which I'm able to show you this, it can kind of help you take the steps that you need to be able to better heal your relationships. Absolutely. And thank you as well, Bridget. I know it always hurts to be projected upon, and even when we know it's not true, right? It never stops hurting, but the acknowledgement or the understanding or the recognition as to why helps us heal from it. And that makes me really sad to hear you say, Richard, because again, the modality by which you can't hope to heal a relationship in the modality by which you identify the fact that you don't care about a whole half portion of the universe. I hope whatever hurt that you've experienced, you begin to heal from, but that modality of holding something in such a state of bitterness is potentially where your shadow work needs to start. So I hope these messages help you heal that in relationality to being able to address that feeling. Yes. Yeah. And again, my phone conversation made me miss almost everything about the collective read. It's okay, Per. You know where to find it if you missed any of it. And again, I need to point this out, Richard. You're addressing things in a confrontational way, like you're trying to seek energy from me in relationality to how you're addressing things. So I want you to think a little bit about how you're navigating things, or how it's being received by those around the self, right? Like the modality by which you find hope is the modality by which you can work to heal. And even in the space, like again, and I think you'll notice it, there's a lot of feminine energy in this particular room that is feeling the emanation of the negativity that you feel towards feminine, and it feels like a threat to them. So you have to understand this. Like, this is what masculine and those deep in masculine need to understand. When you articulate things by which you identify the fact that you say that you hate or you don't care, what you're really saying to feminine is, I don't believe that you energetically matter. And when feminine doesn't feel like they don't matter, they don't want to be in the presence of energy that feels that way. So the ability to start to heal that feeling within you is going to help with your relationships. And again, I hope me showing this and bringing this to your attention is going to help you in the space by which you can work to overcome and to potentially find better ways to communicate through it. Thank you. All right. And thank you as well. Thank you as well, Avatar. My journey in life is not how they do their own journey. And that's okay, right? Like, that's the thing we recognize, CM. Like, we're in a healthy space. We can understand that everybody's on a different journey, and their modality of being able to recognize and identify like their journey versus our journey. It's a good it's a good place to start, right? Well, here's the thing. I need to point this out, Simp. So, and I always like to clarify this in the cards. We actually do not have an identification point in relationality to the provenance of the cards. We do not have a clear understanding of where the tarot was related. However, if we are going to trace back the history of the tarot in terms of it being documented, the first earliest documentations that we find in reference to the cards is Italy in the 14th century. And again, those who come on the retreat will be having a lot of conversations in relationality to the history of the tarot and the culture of Italy at the time that allowed the tarot to be able to grow and thrive. Yes, and we always be kind in spite of that because of who we are. Tap to claim, Kath. And thank you for those gifts, dear. Looking forward to our reading. Excellent. Yeah, it's a cusp. It is a tough cusp. And Frenchie, thank you for the follow. I like it though. I like, here's the thing. I like cusp energy. Queen, happy to give you clarification on that. So for this particular reading, the three decks that I was employing I was using the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, the Tarot del Fuego, and the Game of Thrones deck. So, and what I'm going to start to do is I'm going to start providing links to these decks for those who might want to utilize them. I love these decks. I wish, like, I want to talk to the artist who created this deck. I adore this deck. The hard part for me is the fact that the cards, the quality and the size of the cards do not make it conducive for everyday utilization. But as from an artistic perspective, I adore this deck. I just use it I use it very carefully. That's how I describe it. I use it very carefully because they're not the most durable of cards. So absolutely. Thank you as well. And we got to 50K. We're going to do that giveaway. Thank you guys for helping us reach that milestone. Good to see you today, Sophia. And Frenchie, thank you for tapping. I appreciate you. And Frenchie, thank you for the follow. Excellent. Yes. Excellent. So true. It hurts. I try to be supportive and a safe space and the projection of pain. But here's the thing. That work is never lost, Alexandra. It's never lost. Yes. Excellent. All right. I hope Graham is off reading somewhere. Yes. Be a safe space for yourself too. Love yourself more. Tap to claim, Kath. Beautifully stated. Excellent. All right. Where were we? I see. Thanks for sharing. Hi there. How are you doing today, Simp? I'm doing well. I hope you're staying safe as well. All right. Thank you as well, Queen. You're welcome. No problem, CM. All right. Where were we? Could you get your reading? Simp, are you on the list? Did you get on the list? Did you send donation? Just send me the initial of where you sent it. I mean, if you sent the donation, yes, you can absolutely be read for today. The list is open. If you got on the list right now, you're going to be the sixth person read for. Okay, perfect. I'll add you to it. I assume over STRIPE. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Richard. All right, and I'm sending you support. That's terrible. All right, my friends, we are going to get started. So before we continue right now, the first person, what we're going to do right now is we're going to be doing the 50K giveaway. So we're going to do the 50K giveaway, and then we're going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is open. You will be the seventh person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that you feel is relevant for our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Before we begin, I am going to think, let's do that giveaway. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 30, 1 and 44. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Who posted 93? I need to go back. There's been too many numbers going by. I need to make sure I didn't miss it. Just bear with me. One moment. Numbers are flying by today, so I just need to double check. I want to make sure I catch it. Wow, taking a minute this time, huh? What did I do? I must have picked a good one. Purr! Purr, what was that? Oh my God, I'm laughing. Purr, you got it. I believe. Hold on, I'm just double checking. 1 second. Wait, I gotta wait, let me make sure there wasn't anybody else. 1 second, everybody pause. Hold on. All right, the number's been drawn. I'm just making sure it was the first person that posted it because there were a lot of numbers flying by very, very quickly this time. Okay. Yeah, that's looking like it. All right, thank you guys so much. Looks like Per is our winner. Excellent. Congratulations, Per, and thank you guys for participating. We will do that again. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Thank you guys so much for helping to tap that screen. Make sure that you keep on tapping that screen, and we will be doing another giveaway. Excellent. Thank you guys so much. That's very funny. It was 39, which is why when I saw someone post 93, I was like, oh, somebody's going to be really upset. Wonderful. That's really, and then I was gonna laugh too because Per literally wrote 38383839, and then she wrote 38 again, and I was like, she better put a 39 down or she's gonna be like very upset at herself. Thank you guys for participating. That was a fun one. All right, the first person we're reading for today is Grace. Grace, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if Grace is not here, the next person we're going to be reading for is Ivana. I'm looking for Grace or Ivana. Grace or Ivana. I got you. We're doing Akashic for Ivana. Excellent. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. All right, we're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At least it wasn't a fake number like 15. I want to unpack that with you, Bridget. I want to sit down with a cup of tea and have you walk me through that. It was the air dragon. I would never draw the blank one for you guys during an animal spirit guide. I wouldn't do that to you. I'm not that cruel. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And we are doing an Akashic right now for Ivana. You can't. So here's the thing, Bozina. There are a lot of birds in that deck. So we got it. Like, there's a lot of birds. There's a lot of dragons. You got to be specific about your bird. All right, at least it's not a fake number like 15. I think that might be my favorite line of the day. All right. And guys, I'm going to pin up Ivana here. Where'd she go? I got you. Guys, make sure to give Ivana some love. Can I get, and thank you, can I get 4 cards? 4 cards for Ivana, please. Highest priority. Oh, your card, you guys love that. Yep. What do I see here? Oh, wow. You know, here's the thing I'm identifying around it. and I want to point this out. And it's funny too, because it's funny that we drew it's funny that we drew the air dragon, because there's, like, I like to point out, there's a little air dragon. There's a little air dragon on this card. You know? And but this is what I'm seeing. And I think that one of the things I'm identifying here, and this is like the hard part, you encountered a lot of energy up until this point that did not believe, they just straight up did not believe that you were the gift. Like, and it's like, yeah. And again, I need to point this out as I'm reading this, like Strega just knocked my headphones down. And I feel like I see some kind of circumstances or situations by which you've got the gift of gab. Like, I see the situation of you having to say to somebody, like, you're like the modality by which another person made it clear that you are an option, not a priority, was the space by which another person can never come back from that, is what I keep on seeing. And the worst part about it is I feel like there's been some modalities by which you looked at somebody and you articulated, you tried to tell them the shape of what was happening. You know, like, that's what I think is absolutely wild about this. Like, I see some kind of modality by which you tried to articulate to another person, even in the space, like I keep on hearing, even in the space by which you said to someone, I'm okay not being a priority so long as you are respective of the fact that that's happening, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, it literally says to me that there are some circumstances that you are working through by which you are like in the space of saying to another person, I need you. Like, everything can maintain or stay together with us so long as you are in the space of recognizing and inhabiting the energetic truth that you are effectively seeing in a situation, you know? And I've got I've got some energy around you that literally ruined any possibility of a future with you for no other reason than the fact that they didn't want to be energetically honest with you in relationality to what you yourself were perceiving. And I feel like this was something really heavy. I would not be surprised if you went through a lot of these experiences. This is really heavy on. You've got 3 different 7 cards out in this reading. And so often when I see the 7 card in that level of heaviness, you were effectively the facilitation point by which another person could have had their dreams come true. I just keep on seeing this, right? You are everything, and this is what we talk about in terms of being ready for your manifestation goal, right? Often when we receive exactly what it is that we articulate that we desire, like, it's like saying, like, be ready. Like, be ready to see, like, be ready to put the work in, because I just keep on getting the same message, the same modality by which another person had the gift of you entering their experience and being everything they energetically wished for. And then the modality by which another person runs straight up in the wrong direction towards what they articulate they aspire to go towards. I feel like what's heavy about that is you've had to have those situations by which, and I keep on hearing the disappointment feels energetically mutual. And the reason that the disappointment feels energetically mutual is it's not just coming through in the space by which they disappointed you, but they recognize that they disappointed themselves as well, is what I keep on seeing. Like, that's what I keep on getting is so heavy there, right? And I feel like there's something happening with you now that's helping others see the fact that you are always absolutely authentic in relationality to what you are articulating could be like bliss. Like, I literally see a situation by which you try to articulate another person saying, this could be our blissful existence. Like, this could be everything. This could be the shape of it. And I see someone being like, you're kidding yourself, right? And here I see you living in it. And a lot of that work the thing I want to describe to you is like there's a lot of this energetic, like there's a lot of this energy that I'm picking up upon that articulates, and I feel like, and I want to describe this because what effectively happens, and I think that you might not be recognizing this, is you've got a lot of angelic energy connected to you. And the beauty with angelic energy, and it's like and this is why we say, like, this is why we articulate when you've got angelic energy connected to you, the first thing, what is the first thing an angel says? What is the first thing an angel says? They say, don't be afraid, right? Because it's the amplification of saying, like, change is incoming, right? The modality by which one recognizes the changes that could effectively happen. And I feel like a lot of that modality by which, you articulated, right? The modality by which another person articulated that they aspired to have change in their lives versus you effectively arriving, being being what another person wished for, right? Help them see the difference between what they identified that they desire, they dreamed of versus what they were actually energetically capable of. And I feel like that's really painful, right? Because the modality by which I keep on seeing some of this energy not feeling the space, like letting you down, but also letting themselves down as well. And I think the hard part about that is a lot of it has to do with the believability of how good it could have been with you, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I literally see you articulating to another person and trying to lay out to them the vision of the bliss that they could have energetically found with you and their own ability, like them working through. Like, I keep on hearing there's a bunch of energy that let you go because they thought that you were too good to be true. And so you were, right? Because when another person experiences like the space by which you effectively arrived to them and the modality by which they couldn't navigate the fact that you are in your entire authenticity to such an extent that they articulated that you were too good to be true, was the fact that they were not true enough for you, right? The modality by which, I just keep on hearing, the modality by which they articulated that you were too good to be true was the modality by which they expressed that they were not true enough for you. Because I feel like it was the space by which another person had to be in their authenticity to perpetuate an experience with you. And I like to point this out. Like when authentic energy meets authentic energy, it's like, look how easy it is. Look how simple it becomes. Look how smoothly things move. And it's the hardest work to be in that authenticity. But this is why we talk about the beauty of that, because it's the effective arrival point in being able to see. Like, I keep on hearing, like, especially I keep on hearing you saying to somebody, like, all you need to do is get that ego out of the way and we could do something. Like, it's like look how beautiful it could be, right? But it's like, and this is what I keep on hearing, there's a lot of energy that could not let go of those controlling tendencies, even in the context by which they articulated that they aspired and desired to have something with you. And I feel like this is really energetically important because I keep on getting, this is why you're having all of those weird dreams. You're having a lot of those weird dreams to help you recognize and identify that there's some experiences that you were put in and that you took the wrong lesson from them, right? The lesson that you shouldn't have been taking was, why didn't the care I put to them fix it? Which is saying that when we are mutually invested in making things better, it doesn't feel like hard work, is what I keep on hearing. When we are mutually invested in doing things better, it doesn't take hard work, right? It doesn't feel like we're energetically failing because another person is there to help us with that work. So I feel like there's something important about that, navigating your own point of energetic discernment, because I feel like the hard part about it is I feel like the guides are showing you, like particularly in the dream space, situations by which, and I keep wondering, if you feel like you're looking at situations by which you're standing on the sidelines of your own experience, that is the perception that your guides were having in situations, right? And I almost feel like these guides are like bringing you back to key points in your life going, I want you to see this, but I want you to see it not from the perspective by which you experienced it. I want you to have my perception in relationality to how we perceived it to help you understand what was in your power to change versus what was in your capacity to accept in an untenable situation. I want to give you some bottom of the deck information on this read. Bottom of the deck on this read. It's like I keep on hearing the view might hurt more, is what I keep on getting, right? Because here's the thing about it. It might be a painful view because there's always, I keep on hearing, authentic energy would rather believe that there is something that they could do better, right? Because even in the modality by which we look at a situation and say, oh, there was something I could have done differently, right? It's the capacity by which we try to put, like, notice how much the force of care that you have on situations, that even when somebody, like, I feel like the guides are articulating situations by which another person was just straight up not showing up for you, just straight up not showing up for you. And even in the modality by which they're showing you that perception, you're going, oh, I wish I should have done something different there. But I keep on hearing the modality of effectively, like, I keep on hearing, we're not on rescue missions for each other. Life should not feel like a perpetual rescue mission, right? With someone that is invested in helping themselves. Not life should be the space by which we save each other for one another. It's not the modality by which we articulate that we're always in a state of pain. And even in the modality by which we articulate that pain is ever pervasive. And I feel like a lot of this energy, because I keep on getting, and this is often what happens, often energy that has that woe is me mentality, right? The modality by which another person works through something. And what happens is another person becomes enamored with their pain, right? The connection point that says, if not for this pain, who am I, right? When we identify too much with the pain that we experience, we become very resistant in energetically relinquishing it. So I feel like you've had to navigate those situations by which another person potentially articulated, right? If they told you the world was failing them when you met them, and then you entered relationship and they articulated that you are perpetually failing them until you couldn't take it anymore. And then even as you walked away, they said that you were failing them because you were giving up on them. Recognize that that was the sum of their song, right? There are some by which the sum of their song is you're failing. They look towards the world outside of the self and they feel like the world is failing them. They build into relationship and then the person that they're in relationship with is failing them. And then even when another person can't take the weight of feeling like they're perpetually failing someone and walk away, they're failing them even in that modality. Sometimes the wail is their song, is what I keep on hearing. Sometimes the wail is their song, and the ability for you, and I feel like the guides are trying to show you that in some of these relationships that you're working to heal from, because when the wail is their song, when all they say in terms of looking around the world and saying this is wrong, right? We often leave those situations feeling like we have failed something. But the observation of saying you did not fail them, they just really like that song, right? Like they're saying you did not fail them, they just really like that song. To them, that song's a banger, right? They're not recognizing or registering the fact that to everybody else, it's the modality of them feeling perpetually in the space by which it's not one that others, like when someone inhabits that song, you can't get near them because they don't realize the pain that happens in others hearing it, right? It's that song that sounds like a siren because it's a song that's always articulating the fact that you become the source of the wrong that another person feels like they're perpetually seeking. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ivana. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 5 spots available today before the list will be closed 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 60.8K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K, 100K in no time. Hold on a minute, just reading over. Squirrel. Yes. Any of the 30s can go. Oh, he did 15 and nobody got it. Yeah, we said it was a fake number. That is hilarious. I love that. Thank you. Yeah, it actually came with the Animal Spirit Guide deck. Thank you, Ivana. Ooh. I'm with that choice. That sounds delicious, Ivana. Yep. You guys can't be talking about food when I'm reading. You're gonna make me hungry. Why are you doing this? Thank you as well for receiving these messages, Carlos. And it is evident. Thank you for the follow. Been there. Thank you, Nikki. Yeah, what an insight. And thank you as well, Alexandre. And Truth, Empath, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it felt like they were failing. Yeah, I appreciate you as well, Ivana. It's heavy, right? I feel like it's hard when you're seeing that. Hi, Viva. Thank you for the pet reading on karma and my daughter. Oh, you're so welcome, dear. I'm so glad it helped, and good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Excellent and truthful. Thank you for the follow. Excellent. They just really like that song. It's sad but true. Yeah, it was never you. It was them listening. Yeah, that makes me so happy. Oh, thank you, dear. Kind of speechless. Yeah, I know that was for someone else, but that last reading spoke to me too. I'm so glad this message connected to you as well, Alicia. Yeah, yes, the dreams have shown me past situations or actions. Oh, you gave a read. Oh, you did. Oh, Nikki, I'm looking forward to hearing how it went. Make sure they post it in the disco. All right, we're going to continue right now. I'm still looking for Grace. If Grace is not here, the next person on the list for today, I'm actually going to go pop into the disco. The next person on the list for today, if we're still waiting for Grace, is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, as I mentioned, we've got 5 spots left before the list will be closed. All right. Oh, I'm so glad to hear you did great. You know, here's the thing. Mediumship takes a lot of work. You know, it can be very confusing when you're doing mediumship, because sometimes you get a lot of messages that feel very confusing. So it's not like, don't be too hard on yourself if it was something that you were trying to do that was taking a little bit of time with, you know. Absolutely. Oh, question on the disco. Thank you, dear. Outside tea. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Spirit Guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Salmon, thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. It can take up more. There are ways that it can take up more energy. It's dependent upon, it can be a little, it can sometimes feel like very energetically intense. Yeah. No, I know. And again, that's why, like, it's always like, and I always do this work with my clients, like understanding and recognizing what we feel like energetically connected to that feels like it fortifies us. We never want to feel like depleted in the context of reading, right? We always want to do something that feels like it's energetically sustainable. Yeah, energetically intense is a great way to put it. Exactly. All right. And we are I'm going to pin up Ava here. Guys, make sure to give Ava some love. Outside tea. I feel so drawn to embrace my creativity and self-expression. Can we do a reading on my highest creative timeline and creative process? Absolutely. Love that question. Can I get 4 cards for Ava, please? 4 cards for Ava. Ah, yeah, I got it. You know, I've got 2 things happening right now. 2 pieces of advice in relationality to helping get more connected creatively. Um, and I feel like in some portionality, you've already overcome one of these hurdles. One of the creative hurdles I see that you're overcoming was a karmic one, is all I keep on getting. And there's something about that karmic hurdle that is allowing you to reach that achievement point in creativity right now. And I keep on getting this karmic hurdle that I'm identifying has to do with someone that refused to see something that you do professionally. You know, it's very important. It's very important the words that we put to things. And I keep on hearing, and it's funny too, because I keep on hearing, you can't get anywhere with hobby, is what I keep on getting. And it feels to me like I keep on getting whatever this karmic hurdle that you've worked to overcome was like, I just keep on hearing some kind of echo related to it of someone trying to say, that's a hobby, you can't build a life off of it, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like I just keep on hearing somebody say, like, I don't know why they kept on articulating, they tried to kept on saying to you, it's a hobby, you can't build a life on it. But I feel like the major majority of what I'm seeing there is somebody, like it's saying to me, it's somebody who was effectively creating the space of making you energetically doubt yourself or doubt your own ability, is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on hearing nobody has the right to call something a hobby that you take energetically seriously. And I feel like the attenuation point of effectively, and I feel like the hard part about that is, and I like to describe this sometimes when we're going through karmic hurdles. The thing with a karmic hurdle that sometimes can happen is we can overcome a karmic hurdle in one person, and the karmic hurdle can arrive back towards us in different forms. I want you to remember that, because I feel like there's a lot of that energy that in a way, like, and I feel like even in the space by which you recognize that energy like that is always going to be there, but not letting it get the energetic better of you. Like effectively, I keep on hearing like hobby, like they're saying hobby is your watchword. Hobby is your alarm bell. That if you are articulating something to someone that you are working on, and they try to diminish, right? If they like pay attention to someone that tries to energetically diminish something that you're articulating, that you are taking very seriously by trying to put it in the bucket of a hobby, that is the sound of you turning on your heel and walking away from that person, is what I keep on seeing, because that is the sound of someone trying to belittle something that you find is energetically important. And it's okay, right? It's okay if they articulate, right? It's interesting too, because I keep on hearing that counterpart, like something you do seriously, counterpart is going to have a hobby in. And what I keep on getting about this is you'll be able to tell this, the difference between them is the modality by which they look at you and say, that's always been a hobby of mine. It's amazing to see you like like thriving in it, is what I keep on hearing. The other thing I'm seeing around you right now is a lot of kite energy. And I think that this is good. Like, I like to see kite energy around someone. But the thing about kite energy that you have to recognize in relationality to something that you're doing creatively right now is the space of having to put a lot of consistent effort towards it, right? The modality by which you effectively build into the context of energetic momentum. And I keep on getting that something about that that is important is helping you, like I keep on hearing, it's helping you heal in the space of taking something energetically seriously. The modality, and I want you to understand this, you taking your creativity seriously is going to act as shield right now, right? There are those that you're going to meet that are going to try to energetically belittle it, right? They're going to articulate upon the fact that that's an energetic hobby. Like I keep on hearing, no cute energy. So nobody that tries to articulate something that you do and tries to accutate it by saying, oh, isn't that cute, right? Because the modality by which another person acutes is the modality by which they're trying to make something energetically smaller. There's nothing cute. I keep on hearing, there's nothing cute about your creativity. And I feel like you need to write those words down. There's nothing cute about your creativity, especially if you're taking your creativity seriously. It's okay. And again, the modality by which another person says, oh, I do that too, is going to be the sound of you also. Because I feel like there's something about you following your creativity right now that is also leading to the question that you've often framed to me in relationality to finding your soul family. Your soul family is not going to take it cute either. They're going to articulate how important it is. They're going to be respectful of it. They're going to effectively amplify and articulate how much that means. So I just keep on seeing, look for the energy that amplifies. Look for the energy that effectively amplifies and articulates and builds into the context of how I keep on hearing not cool, not cute, cool. Is what I keep on hearing. Not cute, cool. Not cute, cool, right? Not cute, cool. And I know those words are very similar. I got a guy near you saying, I know those words are very similar, but the intention behind those words is very different, right? Because when someone says it's cute, it's the modality by which I keep on hearing the sting of cute, right? The sting of cute is someone that says, oh, that's, I don't, like, I don't take that seriously, but how nice for you. Like, I keep on hearing the sting of cute is somebody who basically articulates upon the fact that they find something like adorable, but they don't effectively appreciate it. Cool is someone articulating like that's woe energy, right? And I keep on hearing woe is wind, right? So woe is wind, which is the modality by which another person says like, I think that that's awesome. Tell me more about that. And I think that it's really important right now because I keep on hearing you're healing your creativity right now. Your creativity was wounded. And you have to look at it like that. You have to recognize the fact that you're nursing your creativity back to health. And you're nursing your creativity back to health in the space by which you're healing that karmic wound that I see that you're healing from, which is the modality by which another person kept on trying to say to you, right? Oh, I can't believe you care about that. Like, I can't believe that's important to you, right? What was important to them? Full stop. Your guide wants you to stop thinking like that because they're saying in the minute you say that, the minute you think about that person, I want you to write down what was important to them. If you can't articulate what was important to them, that modality, when you, as soon as, like, whatever that energy was that was acuting, figure out what was important to them. That'll tell you exactly why they were trying to energetically acute it. They were afraid of it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like, especially with this, like the 10, like the 10 of swords, bottom of the deck, somebody that wanted to curb. I feel like I see somebody wanting to energetically curb your inspiration. Like, that is the shape of you healing from something. The modality by which, like, I keep on hearing, the space by which another person could never get over their own insecurity. And that's the problem about it. Insecure energy can often create the space by which they see another person's inspiration as threat, right? This is why we have to work to heal the insecurity within us, because insecurity should see inspiration and want to energetically cultivate it, right? The modality by which another person was trying to say to you, oh, I'm trying to curtail your creativity because I'm trying to protect you from being hurt, is the modality by which another person was hurting you, right? It's the modality by which they were trying to project their journey onto you, is what I keep on seeing. Their insecurity is their insecurity. It's not your insecurity. So don't allow it to energetically affect you. And the hard part about that is I feel like in a way you've overcome that karmic wound. I see the fact that you've overcome it, but the problem is I keep on seeing it can come back to you in different forms. It can come back to you in different connections. And the modality by which you may recognize it or identify it, don't let it get the better of you. Remember, right? When somebody articulates and says, why is that important to you? Immediately say back to them, well, what do you consider important? What do you consider? What do you identify holds intrinsic value? Because the ability of another person to be able to answer that question will help you see the shape and nature as to why they're trying to put that doubt in you, right? It's the modality by which they're not saying to you, like, you shouldn't do that, but the space by which they denied themselves that. Often the space by which another person says, I denied myself that, so how dare you go ahead and do something in that capacity. Thank you so much. And I think that it's important too, because, and I know that just speaking upon something that we read for, location in this is also important, right? Finding a place by which you feel energetically supported to do that work in a place by which another person amplifies how important they identify it is. I feel like the location and the creativity right now is very much in alignment in relationality to what it is that you're working towards. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 5 spots left before the list is closed today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 63.1K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 100K in no time. Energetically intense is a great way to put it. Yeah. Well, and I need to point out, this is often why those who do a lot of mediumship will have a guide that helps them on the other side, right? Like those who do mediumship will often have a guide on the other side to help them with a lot of that energetic intensity. Yeah, bam. Yeah, exactly. And then I wonder why I'm so tired. Oh, absolutely, Ella. Yes, for me, I don't intentionally read for people. It just happens. That's often what happens with the mediumship stuff. That's why you'll always notice that a lot of mediums have, like, I like to describe the guides that mediums have are often like energetic bouncers, you know? Yeah, definitely have a strong sense of intuition going on there. Absolutely. Yeah, anytime I see your photo, I think of a grown up. Oh, that's wild. Yeah, sometimes it surprises even me, still does when I get the messages. Yeah, since I was little, I just didn't know what it was. I like to describe, this is the funny thing about awakening journeys, right? Like that's an awakening. It's not something new that you discover. It's something you do realize you've been doing the whole time, you know? Yeah, after seeing all the talent on the live, I suppose you guys can all do a live together. Ooh, I like that. Can you get on the list? Absolutely, Bridget. You said the 23rd? You sure it was the 23rd? No, it was I think you mean the 27th. Not, Julia, you're next, dear. Perfect timing. Yeah, I've got you on the 27th per Bridget, so I'll add you. And we've got 4 spots left before the list will be closed. Took me from 15 to 35 not to fear it. It takes a while, you know? It's intense. Yeah. That's what we talk about. That's what we talk about when we talk about growing into our gifts, right? Yeah, my gifts are not useful and alive. I need to sleep to access them. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, listen, I need to point out, like, that sounds very akin to what, like, we see in a lot of shamanism, right? Like having to go into a state. Yeah, all gifts are useful. I need to stress this. Thank you for the follow, Suzio. Yeah, can be expanded upon. Nikki, I took Nova. Oh, I love that name for a pup. Oh, last night she's been this sad ever since. Oh no, baby. Hold on a moment. One moment. And Suzio, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live, and thank you for the follow as well, dear. And for anybody joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that is links in it in my bio. Strega, stop it. Yep. And Julia, you're next, dear. Yeah, I remember the combos. Excellent. Can be expanded upon, yes. Yeah, cats are literally portals to the other side. Your connection to them alone says it all. Yeah, they are. Hmm. You know what you got, you know what? You got me inspired getting on the list. I got you, Per. Hey, I am trying to figure out what the creative project could be. And Nikki, thank you for getting on the list as well. We've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed, friends. But here's the thing I think, like the thing I was seeing, and especially with that, you know, I need to describe this. There's something about that kite energy that I'm seeing right now, Ava, which says I feel like you have to write down all the ideas, and you have to pick the one that's going to be the priority, right? Like the other ones can all let that be let that be the calling card is what I keep on getting. Yep. Only connect to myself, not to cats in general, because I see myself as a cat apparently, especially in the dream space. The energy bounces around. Yeah. Yeah, I love interior design and crochet, but not something I want to do as a career. Those two things can be merged though, like especially with the kite energy, that would make sense because like kite is about space and kites have tails, so that's decoration. So that would give more understanding on why I was seeing some of that kite energy, right? The merging, I keep wondering like the taking a bit of a Capricorn approach there, merging two things to make something new. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm. Simp, I've got you on the list here. I'm going to read the list for anyone who's on it right now. Absolutely. Yeah, the 27th. I got you, dear. Yep, you're on the list now. One moment. Strega, don't you dare. She's being naughty. All right, one moment. You're welcome, Ava. All right. Yes. I could easily book like 6 of her readings. Oh, thank you, Viva. I appreciate you. Yes. Oh, 12-year-old pup. Oh, sweetheart. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. You can absolutely gift your reading to Viva, Nikki. Thank you so much, Nikki, and thank you so much for doing that. Viva, Nikki just gifted a reading to you. Thank you, dear, and thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, I hope that, hold on a moment. I hope that doesn't make you feel uncomfortable. Oh, no, I think that's beautiful, Nikki. And Adam, thank you for those gifts. Ooh, that sounds amazing, Bridget. I know, Strega's being a little, it has to do with, she's only started doing it since Julia's reading came up, so it's got something to do with Julia. Yeah, excellent. How do you protect your energy while doing all these readings and tapping into so many people's? Good question. Practice. Practice. Practice and strong guides. Thank you. I mean, also, I mean, listen, you guys, I mean, I like to describe it's a collective for a reason. You guys are absolutely beautiful to read for. And I do a lot of work in protecting the energy of this space so that we can do this work effectively. Yeah, I've been slowly learning tarot myself, and I've done a few readings for some friends and coworkers. Well, that's what I do with my mentorships. You know, the mentorships can be customized on whatever spiritual gifts you're working to amplify or build better in. So if that's what we do often with like the mentorships for those that are tarot based. Yep. Workers, I feel pretty drained after a while. Well, yeah, and here's the thing about it, like reading after reading can be very energetically draining. You know, it, those who read professionally, I think that there's a level by which that never goes away entirely. Just get better at it. Yep. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I know, I love Sphinxes too. Well, she's been all sassy since your reading started. We're gonna get started, but before we do, I just need to take a moment. Before we continue right now, we are gonna warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Um, I'm going to, oh, I'm gonna read the list first. That's what I said I would do. So the list we have right now is, I'm still looking for Grace. We've got Julia. Hold on, we got Julia, Kath, Simp, Bridget, Per, and Viva. And we've got 2 more spots before the list will be closed today. I may need to close the list shortly because we are on, I think we're okay right now. We're on a bit of a tighter time frame today, but I think we'll be okay. I like Bridget jumping in on the animals. All right, we are going to get started on that animal spirit guide reading. Oh, I know what's happening. Yeah. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9. Thank you for letting me know that, Per. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. We'll do that again after the next reading. Yeah. And oh man, it's like a bunch of stuff every time I go to read for you right now. I'm going to pin up Julia. Guys, make sure to give Julia some love. It's ridiculous. Hold on. Okay, let's get to it. Yeah, that I understand what I understand what Strega was trying to get to. All right, we're gonna get to it. All right, and like I said, if you guys could give Julia some love, can I get and just confirming, Julia, what kind of reading are we doing? There is a hair. All right. All right. I'm experiencing a bit of nostalgia. I get it. Yeah, that's just this move in general. Highest guidance. 4 cards, please. Mm-hmm. 2 more. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that, the one thing I need to articulate upon everything I'm seeing here is you've got every right to have a lot of nostalgia coming up right now. Because, and I need to stress this, like I've got a guide next to you that every time I read for you is working through the fact that it didn't have to energetically be this way. The difference between something happening and something happening to you is articulated into the space by which you could navigate something that one could change. And I keep on hearing, if the only thing that wouldn't have created this happening is you effectively staying in place, then that is a relationship that prioritizes stagnancy as opposed to energetic growth. And I keep on hearing, healthy relationships do not require us to become statues. And I feel like you need to write that down because that's all I keep on hearing in the modality of a guide communicating. And I need you to write it down. Healthy relationships do not require us to be statues, which is the modality by which another person says everything is fine so long as you don't move, so long as nothing changes, so long as everything stays exactly the same in perpetuity. And what's effectively happening right now is, and I feel like this isn't something that they were being completely clear upon to you, right? Somebody had their manifestation goal. They had it exactly what they wanted. Everything that you had with that person was exactly what they hoped it would be. And that's why I keep on hearing, if you felt the modality that that was a transitional space between you and another person in relationality to where you aspired to go with them versus what they articulated, this effectively proved that this was never their manifestation goal, that they weren't being completely authentic with you in relationality to you pursuing your dreams, right? And it has a lot to do, and it actually feeds a lot into the reading that we just had with Ava, right? The healthy relationship for you is not somebody that says that's cute. It's a nice hobby, but don't energetically pursue it, right? Because I feel like I see a situation by which you could not have been clearer. You could not have been clearer to someone in relationality to the state and nature of your dreams. I see a situation by which you've been telling someone that this was the plan the entire time. The modality by which you could not have been energetically clearer in relationality to articulating to another person what you aspired to do at some point. And I keep on hearing no bobblehead energy, right? And what is bobblehead energy? Like bobblehead energy is someone going, yeah, yeah, I bet, right? And I see you being like, no bet, you better believe, right? Someone being like, I bet. I hear that all the time, right? Like I keep on hearing, so I hear the song, Everybody Wants to Change the World. I keep on hearing that song in the context of somebody that you're working to heal from. And the thing about what is the song Everybody Wants to Change the World is the space by which somebody says everybody articulates upon the desire to. But the truth is, and when you get to the bottom of that song, it says everybody wants to, but there are very few that will pursue the desire to actually do it. And I feel like this is why I've got so much of this nostalgia coming through, because I see a situation by which another person often articulates upon all the things that they effectively aspire to do, but yet they stay firmly planted, right? Yet I want to, the distance between I want to and I will is an action. And the modality by you taking that action helped to clarify the difference between another person that likes to articulate or sing upon what they would aspire to versus someone that effectively articulates the amplification of actually doing it. And I keep on hearing, you cannot, and I want you to understand this, that relationship is still there. You can go back to it anytime you want. The door is effectively open, but you have to understand the words, and I want you to understand this about that relationship, the words that would be pursuant upon you going back into that relationship are, and you can write them down. It was a silly dream. I don't know what got into me. Right? A healthy relationship does not require you to abandon your hope in order to move back towards it. And I can see even now the modality by which, like, I want you to understand that relationship is there for you. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's exactly where you left it. You can go back to it at any moment. The words that you would need for entry, your guides are giving this to you if you need it. The words that you would need for entry back into that relationship are, it was a silly dream. I don't know what got into me. The modality by which you would have to articulate to another person that following your dreams was an energetic fallacy. Healthy relationship does not require you to abandon your dreams in order to stay within it. And I can see the fact that there's a lot of this nostalgia here. I can see a lot of this energy kind of working into the context, right? I can hear energy talking to you going, I don't know what's gotten into them, right? Like I can't even recognize them anymore, right? The space by which, and I keep on hearing the only thing that has changed is that there was a bunch of energy that you would sit with. I can see them, a bunch of energy that would sit there and talk about all the things that they aspired to do. they're still doing it. They're still there, right? They're all talking about how they aspire to change the world, right? And at the same time, reviling the one person, right? And if they're in the space by which they often would spend time talking about all the plans that would not come into fruition, and now they're energetically reviling you because you're taking the step necessary to move towards those things you spoke about, you're seeing the difference. This is what we call a maturation process. You're seeing the difference between those that want to talk about the things that they aspire to do versus the energy that actually has the bravery to do what is energetically necessary to get there. And it's painful. I see it. It's very energetically painful. I see a lot of that energy around you. And here's the worst part about it. You could have been their door. That's going to be the thing that hurts the most. That's going to be the thing that hurts the most. I keep on hearing, prepare for it to hurt more. When that same energy that slammed a door in your face starts knocking upon it. And I know it's not going to be easy, but I want you to write that down too. It's going to hurt more. Prepare for the energy. Prepare for the day when the energy that slammed a door in your face is the same energy that starts knocking upon it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. The only thing that's going to hurt more is when the song changes. The only thing that's going to hurt more is the memory that feels like it's energetically erased in the process by which you recognize how difficult it was to get to this point. I know it's not easy, but I keep on hearing the reason that you're feeling energetically nostalgic is because the guides are saying it didn't have to be this way. The modality by which you effectively, I keep on saying, you effectively offered, right? The modality by which you effectively were like you would have been another person's energetic portal into a new reality. But the modality by which they effectively articulated and reviled you in the context by which you were trying to do that work is exactly why they can't follow you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Julia. And if this message connected to you, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 68.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Tate, thank you for getting on the list. So good to see you. We've got 1 spot available today before the list will be closed. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. One moment. We don't get the RAM often. Yeah. Do I get readings from other readers, or do you prefer to have your readings by yourself? There are readers I trust with my readings. I always like to point this out. A good reader is always inclined, like it's good for readers to get readings from other readers because sometimes the modality by which we can energetically see things is important. So I feel like it's always a good space. I mean, I have to be honest. I'm not in the space by which I need, like the space by which I often am doing readings right now is the space by which I often reach out to those that are, that have gifts that are energetically different than mine, is the best way I can describe it. Particularly and especially outside of the tarot. Like I am someone who does who also has I believe like a good, well-rounded space of having a healthy spiritual context is like having multiple readers that one reads into, to, having different astrologers. Everybody has a unique gift. And so I like to point out, this is why I don't see it as an energetic competition, because the modality by which you receive something from me is profoundly different from what you might perceive or receive from another individual. So I always like to point out that the space by which we're able to kind of have multiple readers in our experience allow for a dimensionality in terms of the messages that we're receiving. Yeah. Nostalgic on their own. Yeah. And it's going to be, listen, it's going to be a nostalgic time. Like, it's going to be a nostalgic time as we go through Neptune moving out of Pisces into Aries, you know? No, here's the thing though, I like that moon card, because like this moon card in particular with the Aquarian Tarot is like really working through the space of like the moon card that says like, there are the things that we can change and there are the things that we can accept. And we can't navigate if another person refuses to see their blind spots. Like that's not our responsibility, but often it hurts because it becomes our responsibility in having to navigate the hurt from it, you know? Yeah, yeah, and I was nothing but clear about pursuing my dreams from the beginning. Yeah, and they were like, yeah, and that's what I saw. Like I see someone being like, that's nice, and being like, it's not nice, it's the plan, right? And Bree, thank you for the follow. Yeah, that you won't. And that's what I've been feeling even after all of those things happening with this person. Yeah, they're still friends, I believe. I listen, the day I keep on hearing the day is going to come because they're not going to be able to resist doing it again. Wait till they do it again. You know? I'll do whatever it takes. Absolutely. I offered them the door so many times. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I know that's what I mean. Like the Three of Wands, that's why I keep on, that was what I meant. Like prepare for the song to change. Yeah. Thank you guys for supporting each other. I know it's definitely difficult. And you're not alone in it. I cannot go back to that. I will not, especially with this individual. All right. Hold on a moment. I still feel the projected change, but here, and that's the thing, you recognize that it's projection, right? Like it, and I like to point out the way you can tell it's projection is what would they have you do to alleviate it? What would they have you do? Do I use intuition as well as cards? Yes, Donna, these are, I'm claircognizant, so I utilize that. I use the cards to help in the readings. A reading is effectively about, I want to say about 9 minutes. Yeah, I'm proud of you too. You should be proud of yourself. I'm intrigued. Sin, when do you even have the time to exactly when do I have time to do anything? Is a great question for her. It's a great question. Agree with so much. Well said. Different gifts, no competition. Yep. I noticed you're almost at 100K. Thank you. When I started watching, you're at 50. Thank you, Viva. I appreciate it. Listen, I'll tell you right now, that last 10 is a real climb. That last 10 is a real climb. It's the last 10. All right, we'll continue right now. And Cindy, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Julie, for allowing me to read for you. The next person we're reading for right now, I know Kath had to step away, so Simp is next on the list. Simp, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got one spot available before the list will be closed. It's a climb. I don't know if I know that song. I'll have to check it out, Julia. All right, and while we wait for Simp's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Emo cow. I always call him emo cow. Look at him. Emo cow. All right, we're going to continue right now. Simp, if you're here, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And if Simp stepped away, the next person on the list, because of the hair, the next person on the list for today is Bridget. I'm looking for Simp or Bridget, Simp or Bridget. And just a reminder, if anybody's joining us across the other apps, you can go ahead and get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. We've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. Hi there, Ruth. These are donation-based readings, so if you want to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards, $4.29 for non-subscribers. We also do free one card readings for, we also do free 1 card readings for subscribers once we get through the personal readings for the day. And for anybody who is sticking around for that personal reading, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people left before we get started. The songs, I want emo count. I want an emo count now. And thank you, Brown, for this follow. All right. Second call right now. Oh, hi there, Simp. I'm just waiting. I didn't see your question come through. So if you posted it, you might need to rephrase it because I think it's getting filtered. So can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And for anybody else who'd like to get on the list today, we've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here highest priority messages from Spirit, dream interpretation, angelic, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, mediumship, animal spirit guide readings, and pet readings. If you have information you feel is relevant for our readings, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. You asked it over. Thank you for letting me know where I can find the question, dear. Let me just pull it up. Also, friends, if you became a subscriber today, just bear with me. All right. Just pulling up. Okay. There we go. I've got your question here, dear. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Yeah, I got it. Okay. Got it. Okay, I've got you, dear. Yeah, I think I got it. So we're doing an energetic read on an individual that feels like it's like I keep on getting a lot of mixed messages in relationality to this person. So let's see if we can get clarity. Can I please get, and I'm going to pin up here, guys, make sure to give Sim some love. 4 cards, please. Yeah, I was expecting that Hermit card to pop up. Wow. So there's something I'm picking up upon with this energy. And it feels very tied. It feels very, very tied to intimacy, is what I keep on seeing. And there's something I keep on identifying here, which is like there's this deep space by which I see somebody that is very, very, very covetous of their solitude, is what I keep on getting. Like this is some very, very heavy hermit energy. Like the first card that we pulled out was this hermit with the five of pentacles. And the thing with the hermit with the five of pentacles is, like, I see a situation by which another person is still healing from a relationship. Like I see somebody that's carrying some very, very deep wounds. And I feel like a lot of that wound that they're carrying has to do with trying to carve out time that is energetically dedicated to themselves. And the shape I keep on seeing, like the work I see somebody building upon as it relates to trauma, has to do with some kind of relationship by which there was some kind of energetic tit for tat occurring. The modality or the experience by which another person said, I did this for you, so you energetically owe me that, is what I keep on seeing. Working through the facilitation of healing from an experience by which they felt that another person was not being energetically kind to them, in the state of saying that that they were giving them something, but the space by which they owed them something for something that they were giving them. And I keep on hearing this has to do in the modality of helping them heal, because I keep on hearing the work that you need to help another person through, or the best way you can help someone right now is helping them understand that a healthy gift has no strings attached to it, is what I keep on hearing. That a true gift, right? The nature of a true gift is the space by which there are absolutely no energetic strings attached to a gift. That's what makes a gift a gift. And this is why I've got so much of this wariness around someone, because the shape, the full force of their recovering has to do, I keep on hearing, another person like articulating and giving forth to them. And I keep on seeing the space by which they were receiving, right? The space by which they were receiving something gladly. And all of that effectively changing in terms of another person saying, you energetically owe me, right? And I keep on hearing they're healing. It's funny because they're saying, like, you owe me, in the space by which another person said, like, kept on saying, like, after all I've done for you, this is the least that you could repay me, is what I keep on getting. And I feel like I see, like, I've got a lot of wounds here. Like, there's a lot of these wounds. Like, I see somebody that had to do a lot of work to energetically extricate themselves from a situation in that way. And the modality by which I keep on hearing, like, somebody saying, like I literally see someone walking away from something and saying, I'll get you back one day. You know what I mean? Like, this is literally, like, this is somebody, like, literally building into the context of saying, like, I hear them saying, like, I don't owe you anything. Like, I'm energetically balanced like that. And I feel like that is the hard part that I see in the proportionality of you wanting to effectively give someone something. Because I keep on getting, like, it's them feeling the weight of that, and then being energetically triggered about that past situation by which they felt that another person, like, you were going to effectively, like, be hurt if there's not something that they can, or like, if there's no possibility by which they can energetically reciprocate it. So I want you to be very conscientious about that in relationality to anything that you may give this person. Especially, like, I want to see this, like, I just want to show you this, like, this is the basis of that. We've got that Knight of Coins with the 10 of Wands, right? And I feel like it's interesting because it says to me like the modality by which you can work to heal this with this individual is helping them say, like, I don't, like, I'm not doing this. Like, I'm not doing this with the expectation of it changing something between us. It feels good. Like I see you saying to someone, it genuinely feels good to give you things. Or I saw this and I thought of you, is what I keep on seeing. So I want you to be like, I want you to be mindful about that. Now, in relationality to, I feel like there's something important that I see that continues to happen between you and this individual, which is making sure that there's no blurred lines in relationality to what is energetically occurring. And the thing about it is I keep on seeing, like, I feel like there's a situation by someone has never met someone like you before, right? Like there's something I keep on seeing they've never met someone like you before. And there's a lot of feelings that are coming up. And I feel like I feel like it's like hard because I almost see somebody who feels like something towards you. But like I keep on getting that every time, I see, like I keep on hearing you, like you will make them address something that they've been trying to suppress, is what I keep on hearing. You make them feel things, and when they feel things, they have to address something that they've worked to suppress. So I keep on getting, and I keep on getting the same message from your guide, which is the modality by which I keep on hearing you are not the zone by which another person should be able to effectively like try feelings on for size, right? And I keep on getting like, I keep on hearing there's something about the relationship between you and another that is, I keep on hearing it's hypercharged, specifically if there is something about a professional investment that is connected to the relationship, right? Like I literally see a situation by which another person thinks about the relationship that they have with you, but not just what they're effectively thinking about pursuing, but the effect or the consequence in something not going well in the shape by which you guys work in such close proximity. So I think that there's something very energetically respective to pay attention to there, because I want to describe this. Like I see a situation by which another person is almost articulating upon the fact that work gets in the way, because I keep on hearing that energy saying that they're in that modality by which they're doing everything they can to keep some kind of level of professionalism between you and them, right? So I feel like that's really important too in terms of them. Like I feel like there's some kind of extra pressure on this experience because it's not just somebody thinking about the context by what they feel about you, but the impact of navigating that feeling as it relates to the environment that you energetically share together on a day-to-day space. Like I keep on hearing somebody say, I'm trying to make the right choice. I'm trying to be energetically responsible in my choices. And that's what I keep on getting in relationality to both them articulating upon the gift, but also in the space by which they say to you, like, it's not energetically necessary. Because I see them, like, again, like it's almost them trying to facilitate not building into the context of wanting to feel like they energetically owe something, but also not trying to create the space by which you get the energetically wrong idea. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I think that it's hard because I see you very much in the capacity of art, like it feels to me like I see you just like it's in your nature, right? Like I just see like you are just naturally someone that gives forth towards things. And the thing about that is, like I said, like I almost see a situation of you like giving them something being like, oh, I don't know how that got there. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how that got there. Like the modality by which I keep on hearing like the modality, I almost feel like there's a modality by which Like the modality by which you could effectively energetically leave them something and be like, oh, I don't know where that came from. Like there's something about that by which I feel like it's the space by which you say to another person, like even I keep wondering like the space by which you say, like I'm not doing something. I'm not doing any something to ask for something, but the space by which you say it genuinely gives me joy to give this to you is the modality by which I feel like you can help another person heal. And I feel like it's also the space by which I keep on hearing like not making it not making it a big energetic thing in terms of like I keep wondering the difference between what you give versus what you're doing, right? Which is like I like to point out when we're in a healthy space, we offer I keep wondering when we're in a healthy space, we offer energetic invitations, but we don't push envelopes, is what I keep on hearing. When we're in a healthy space, we offer invitations, but we don't push envelopes, which is the modality that we say to another person, if you'd ever like to, I'm receptive, but I'm not going to constantly feel like I'm forcing something upon you. Because that's the modality by which you're helping another person heal by saying, I honor your choices, even if those choices are not respective to my personal desire. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got one spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. All right, inside, yep. Hi there. Oh, wait, that's not, guys, that's not, hold on a minute. Yep, that's not Mercy, guys. So I apologize. I know Mercy. Mercy would never do that. Please remember, an authentic reader will never ask you to message them for a reading. Mercy's a great reader, but that wasn't them. So please be safe out there. Yeah. No, that individual had 98 follows. Yeah, it wasn't. I just want to stress that was not Mercy. I know Mercy. Mercy would not do that. That was somebody else. So sending, like, guys, make sure that you're safe out there. Yeah, I know. It actually makes me really upset because Mercy's absolutely lovely. And please just remember, legitimate readers will never ask you to inbox them, and this is my only account. She does get surprised when I do things for her or give things to her just because without expecting anything in return. That's beautiful. It is, Cappy. Power of one direction, truth frequency. Yes. Makes sense as to why she feels weird or like she owes me something. There's a lot, I feel like there's a lot of healing that someone has in relationality to that because of her past relationship, making gifts and gestures conditional. Exactly. Absolutely, wild guy, which is really sad. I always remind her when I do something for her, it's because I want to. That's what I keep on seeing. Her last relationship was 8 years and they were very abusive and toxic, and she's opened up to me about it. Yeah. And Claire, thank you for getting on the list. And the list is now closed. Anybody who gets on the list after now will be the first person read for tomorrow. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. A bit about it and how things ended. They cheated on them with an ex and left her. Oh my gosh, that's awful, simp. Ugh, sending you so much support on that. Yes, very much so. So it's also just in nature to give that person love. Yeah, you can say it like this is you saying like I'm helping you heal this by understanding I don't want anything back in return, right? Like that's what you can say to somebody. Yeah, that makes sense. She has mentioned that in her, I'm new to her, and the first time we drove home together over a year, she opened up to me, and we had a pretty deep emotional car ride. Yeah, we'll know where she was. I'm really glad and grateful that we met. Yeah, work is how we met, and as of now is the only place we meet and get to spend time together. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of energy of someone trying hard not to cross the streams there, right? Yeah. Did that mean that if we were to branch out to another place to work, she would feel more open? I mean, I'm definitely getting the space by which there's something about that is very present on their mind, right? Like I keep on seeing the fact that they don't want to have a negative impact on something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do that a lot. Sometimes if I leave something there for her and pretend to act surprised. Oh, yeah, because I do enjoy giving them to her and it makes me smile. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Boo. Thank you as well, Wild. We were embarrassed to admit to other people we were seeing each other, sending you support on that journey. Hi there, Grace. Welcome back. It sucks that she feels like if I give it to her, she feels guilty. But I feel like this is like, I feel like it's a space by which you say, like, you're helping them heal that, right? Like, you can almost say to them, like, you can almost say to them, like, I'm helping you recognize that that's okay, right? Like, the space by which you say to them, like, it's like that's okay, like, the modality by which you help them understand, right? I keep on, as long as it's energetically true. And that's what I said, like, I keep wondering, offering invitations, but not pushing envelopes, you know? Yeah, hold on a minute. When I go down with an expectation to receive, the act of giving is what makes me happy. Yeah. Yeah, I was the same way. I'm like, that's not Mercy. Mercy pops into this live from time to time. That Mercy would not be doing that. Yep. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Claire. Did you send me the screen cap? Yeah, she does talk to me branching out on occasion. Hi there, Tate. I'm going to read the list for anybody who's on the list right now. The list is closed, but if you get on the list today, you'll be the first person read for tomorrow before the Daily Collective. The list we have right now is Grace, Bridget, Per, Tate, and Claire. So Grace, Bridget, Per, Tate, and Claire. And the list is closed. And the next person we're reading for right now is Grace. Grace, if you're here, before we get, I know Tate's back. Thank you. Where did you send the screenshots, Claire? So I know where to find them. And while we wait for Grace's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. How are you doing today, Arwen? Excellent. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Just a reminder to anybody joining us on the place where we keep the videos, if you become a paid member, you do become eligible for free 1-card readings each day. We're going to get started on those free 1-card readings. We've got 5 readings. We got 5 personal readings left today before we get started on the 1 cards. Also, if you become a member over on the place where we keep the videos, you can have a personal reading for the subscriber amount of 23 as opposed to 29. Hi there. How are you doing? I know, roller coaster continues. Does this finishing up the year of the snake? I know, right? This is the longest. The 6 years that have been January. Viva. Yeah, Viva. I'm sorry. I'm going to read it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to read it again. We've got Grace, Bridget, Per, Viva, Tate, and Claire. Grace, Bridget, Per, Viva, Tate, and Claire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 6, not 5. Yep. 10 here, not my 6. Got it. It's like final boss energy of patterns. You see, I just love when Tate, like every time Tate comes in, just slides in and just has like a mic drop moment. I love it. Yep. All right, let's get to it. Highest, my friend. I got you, dear. All right. So I'm going to pin up here, guys. Make sure to give It's My some love. 4 cards, please. Oh, and you've got an extra one coming because you got on the list before the live started. Okay. 1, 2. 2 more, please. You know, the thing about it that I feel like is so hard is like, I feel like there's so much of this projection energy around you. And and the thing about the projection energy is I keep on hearing the same message coming through, which says if you don't know someone, you can't make assumptions about them. If you don't know someone, you can't make assumptions about them. But you would be surprised because I literally have a bunch of energy that keeps on trying to articulate saying, I'm looking out for your best interests. And I want to stress this. You know, all like whose best interests is what I keep on hearing. Often and I need to stress this. It's just something to pay attention out to. Often energy that says I'm looking out for your best interests, pay attention to how the energy that says I'm looking out for your best interests almost inevitably is crossing a line. Pay attention. Pay attention to how the energy that says I'm looking out for your best interests 9 out of 10 times is crossing a line. And they're articulating the fact that they're energetically crossing a line by trying to say it's a boundary issue that another person tries to masquerade as a form of energetic protection. That's why I'm looking out for your best interests can feel energetically toxic. It's literally the sound of someone looking for a reason to validate a line that they are crossing, right? Like literally the sound of someone looking for a reason to validate a line that they never should have crossed in the first place. And so I feel like that's something really energetically important there. The modality by which I keep on hearing we don't go digging. I keep on hearing we don't go digging for evidence, right? We don't go energetically snooping around because the modality like that, I literally, like, I don't know why I keep on seeing something about somebody being like, I can't find anything on someone and being like, what is wrong with you? Like, it's that type of energy being what is wrong with you? Like what is wrong? Like the space by which another person is like, it says to me like that in itself is not healthy, right? Because it feels energetically intrusive. And often I like to point this out. Sometimes someone who's had trauma like that is exactly the reason, like is what I keep on hearing. Somebody who has trauma like that is exactly the reason by which another person doesn't like to have a big footprint, is what I keep on hearing. You know? Like it's wild. Like it literally feels like somebody who's trying to treat someone in your life like Bigfoot, which is somebody trying to make you feel energetic fear in relationality, being like, I can't find them. Like I don't know what this is. It's literally, I feel like don't let somebody treat someone in your life as Bigfoot, which is the modality by which they articulate the fact that they're worried about them. And then they tell you that they're energetically scared because they crossed a line and they were trying to cross boundaries in terms of looking into them. And then saying, I'm very alarmed because I couldn't find anything, being like, are you okay? Is what I keep on hearing. Like, are you okay? Like, that is not healthy, right? And I feel like the space by which like I think that this is I think that this is insane, like what I'm seeing here, because and I don't know why I'm reading like this type of energy would make anybody batty, right? I keep on hearing it's superstitious energy, right? Superstitious energy will often say, oh, something's too good to be true. Superstitious energy will often be like, oh, somebody's too good to be true. There has to be something energetically nefarious going on, is what I keep on getting. Don't let superstitious energy put their energetic fear in you, which is the modality of saying sometimes someone is just nice. Sometimes someone that is not traumatized or is working to heal their trauma is just nice. Sometimes nice things are just nice things. And this is why some like energy that's like superstitious energy can't have nice things because it's a modality by which another person says, there must be something, there must be something. There must be something. There must be something. I mean, like, no, you're like, what are you talking about? Right. And I think that this is really important because I think that there's something that I see that you're healing in like in a profound way. And what's hard about that is like, and I like to point out, like trauma is a very superstitious place, you know? Like I don't know why I keep on hearing that, but the modality by which, and I like to point out, like, and this is why what we talk about in terms of like working to heal superstition, things have logical reasons, right? Like the modality by which we work through things, even like, and I want to describe this, like the modality by which we energetically work through things is the space by which we often work to understand. I keep on hearing it's not the fact that all superstitions are wrong, but it's understanding and getting to the bottom of the logic on something that helps us understand why something becomes energetically superstitious. And I feel like the sound of someone like and I don't know why I keep on seeing this, like somebody seeing somebody who is literally like, and I want to point this out, like when we are highly traumatized and we meet like the nicest person we've ever met, right? The modality by which our trauma tries to say to us, they cannot be as good as they seem. There must be an energetic catch. There must be something wrong, is the energy that says, I don't believe that good things can happen to me, right? It's the energy that says this must clearly, like the energy that recognize that feels something positive, and instead of saying goody says this must be a trap, right? Like this must be a trap. Like that is the trauma, right? That is the trauma that some energy carries with them, right? The modality. This is why we can't have nice things, right? The modality by which we work through that in such a capacity by which another person like why don't you deny yourself things that are energetically happy. And so I feel like that's what's really difficult right now because I see you doing a lot of work to energetically follow your bliss, right? Like I see you moving closer and I keep on getting you're in a transitional period, right? And I want to stress this, okay? We don't have to white knuckle through our manifestation goals. We don't have to white knuckle through our manifestation goals. And when I articulate that, when I say we don't have to white knuckle through our manifestation goals, is the modality by which we can look at someone and say, this isn't it. This is not ideal for me, right? The conversation that we have that say, I would prefer this, right? This is not energetically working, or this isn't something that I want to do on the long term, right? And I feel like this is the conversation that I see that you're having with energy around you, which is the difference between short term and long term, which is the modality by which you say, right, making sure that another person isn't saying, this is my perfect, I love this, while you're in a modality of experiencing fundamental agony, being able to stay in a certain energetic field, right? Your manifestation should not feel like agony. And if there's something that feels like it's agony that you're experiencing, your ability to articulate to another and say, this isn't feel healthy for me. In fact, it feels difficult, is the way that you can refine upon the manifestation goal. So make sure that you're having productive conversations with another person in relationality to what the manifestation goal is. Make sure that you're on the same page in relationality to timelines or what you effectively identify would be the energetic ideal. Because I keep on hearing healthy manifestation will always work to make it real. Healthy manifestation will always work to make it real, which means you don't have to put your hope in it. You'll see the energetic progress of you effectively arriving towards what feels like it is energetically for you. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, the Two of Cups in its reversal, right? That observation, right? We don't break good things by articulating upon our discomfort, right? We make them stronger. When we're in a good space and we articulate our uncomfortability, that's where we apply the effort and energy to be able to make something better. So don't look, right? Don't bite your tongue. Like there's no context by which you should be navigating anything right now in the context of saying, I should bite my tongue. There's nothing healthy about biting your tongue when it comes to discerning what feels like a healthy relationship for you, which is again, and this is, and nor, right, the energy that should bite their tongue should be energy that has something to say about your energetic choices, right? When we energetically prioritize each other, right? When we understand the capacity by which we exist in each other's relationships, we prioritize and support others' choices. Unless, right? Unless there is something that is so fundamental that we feel that we have to impress to another in the context. And you can usually tell that that happens because another person will say, like, I don't care if the relationship breaks, I need to bring it to your attention. But the modality by which we're in healthy relationships should never be a space by which we feel we bite our tongue, because often the modality by which another person doesn't feel like anything's wrong, that everything's fine, but we are cracking under the pressure of articulating something that is hard for us to be able to navigate or endure, right? That release and being able to articulate and define your emotions in terms of what will be better will help you fortify the right relationship and help clarify what the energetic direction is. Thank you so much for having, especially, I keep wondering, especially if we are feeling triggered. We don't bite our tongue when we feel triggered. We articulate upon the reason why. And the way we refine upon that is saying, this is what I would energetically prefer next time that a trigger occurs. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. We've got five readings left before we are going to one card readings for subscribers. Next person, I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as it was reading. Hi there, Yaz. The list is closed today, but if you get on today, you'll be the first person read for tomorrow, and you'll also have an additional card, and you'll be read for before we start the daily collective tomorrow. Absolutely. Oh, it's snowing there again. Wow, Bridget. Yeah. Eileen, thank you for those roses. There's a wince and a giggle coming, I'm sure. Yeah. I know you're tired of the snow. I'm jealous. Oh, really? We've got so much here. It's ridiculous. Yeah. The problem is the ground is covered in ice. It's going to look like nice snow. I know what you mean exactly, Bridget. Yeah. Surprise, it's ice. Yeah, you're not far from me. Hey, neighbor. Hi there for supporting each other. I stopped digging for dirt. Yeah. Kids are out of school all week. Exactly. Yep. Claire cleaned the last spot on the list today. Yep. We expect some on Wednesday. And Tammy, thank you for the follow. This is why we can't have nice things. Yeah, close. Let me know if you change your mind. Thank you, dear. I started that conversation and your houses and you back politely. Lack is real. Yeah. One moment. Yeah, absolutely, dear. The totally relates to a friend of mine. I've always been positive, and it was at my breaking point yesterday. Well, and here's the thing about it. You don't, like, your positivity should not bring you to the brink, right? It shouldn't take you getting to the brink of something for change to occur, right? And Mike, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for, and you'll have an additional card in your reading. Next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Also, friends, we're at 77.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. When we get to 100K. And while we wait, it's on the disco. Thank you. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey. It's mine. Oh, that's important. Hold on a minute. Speaking of, okay, I can't wait to do this reading. Get back up there. All right. We've got the animal spirit guide cards here. You can count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. I already have an idea where this reading is going. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Uh-huh. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I got so invested in reading the information that I wasn't able to show the card. So it's Blackbird energy. Thank you guys so much. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to read this out loud. I'm also going to pin up Bridget here. Last April, I did a dream reading about an elementary school friend of yours. In the dream, her very close friend, an ex-Marine who passed away in Afghanistan, came to me and told me she was going to pass and that they would be with her every step of the way. When I woke up and learned that they had been diagnosed with a very serious form of cancer, it really shook me. I hoped with everything in me the dream was wrong, especially when she went into remission and fought so hard through treatment. Recently, it metastasized and she's in clinical trial after major surgery. It's been incredibly hard to witness, and I keep thinking back to that dream. After I had the dream and my reading with you, I felt guided to reach out to them and share that he was with her every step of the way. She was very grateful that I did, and she told me she feels his presence every day, and hearing this brought her peace and a sense of confirmation. This isn't the first time I've had dreams like this before. Someone becomes seriously ill or passes, and my mom has experienced similar things her whole life too. I'm trying to understand why this happens. Is this some kind of ancestral or intuitive gift? Is it linked to my maternal side? And if so, what is its purpose? I'm just looking for insight and guidance on how to understand and hold this responsibly. 4 cards, please. Well, first things first, you wouldn't have the gift if you couldn't hold it responsibly. That's the first thing I want to say to you. It's a heavy gift. And there are those that it would be too heavy to energetically navigate. But the one thing I keep on seeing in relationality to this, and I want to say, like, one of the things that we identify with healthy spirituality is being able to identify that when we follow our intuition, the way that we can know that the spirituality is healthy is our intuition leads us to an energetic miracle. And we see a lot of that miraculous that's effectively happening in connection with this energetic gift. First and foremost, the fact that you identify that your mother also shares that ability. And it's not an easy thing to navigate. However, I want to point out something by which you identified the circumstances or situations by which you receive something, and even in the modality by which you're expressing it, you're showing us, you're answering your own question in relationality to how profound and important the gift itself is. So, what do we see that's occurring in the modality of your gift? You have the ability to connect with those who've crossed over to spirit, potentially and particularly in the dream space. What happened in the modality of that dream? You had someone who was over in spirit who articulated to you that they knew that that energy would eventually be crossing over, but they wanted to communicate to you the importance that you wanted to let them know that they were helping them every step of the way. One of the most important things to recognize as it relates to the connection with those who've crossed into spirit is the major message that Spirit has for us when they reach out and communicate is to let us know that the spirit realm exists, that the ability to sit in the presence of those who've crossed over is the modality of building energetic assurance in the present context. This is often why you identify that those with mediumship will navigate the space of being able to articulate things that they would only know, because the major goal of energy that is crossed over into spirit is recognizing the fear by which we ourselves have to energetically transition, often having to navigate the uncertainty in relationality to what we can expect and prepare for. So, even in the modality by which you had the dream, by which another person arrived and said, listen, there's something important I want you to understand. I want to energetically prepare you for something. And not only do I want to prepare you for it, I have a message that I feel like you need to when you feel, and this is the most important thing, right? You identified that energy did not tell you to go tell that person that. The energy conveyed to you something energetically important that they effectively trusted you with, right? So you have a connection of someone who's crossed over to spirit who reached out to you as a trusted source and articulated to you, one, that they themselves were okay, right? The modality by which they let you know that they continued to persist and that they were in a state of energetic bliss. But further, the fact that they wanted to let you know and prepare you for something to be able to help you heal. And further, the modality by which they gave you information that when you felt the time was right, when you felt energetically called to do so, you shared that information to a friend. And what did you find on the other side of sharing that information? You discovered an energetic miracle, right? The space by which you weren't telling them something that they did not know. And in fact, you reaffirmed something that was energetically happening with them the entire time. Look how beautiful spirit is. Look how beautiful a spiritual system is, in which someone over in spirit could communicate something of such importance to you that then another person in the terrestrial is able to validate in relationality to their own connection to it. That then, in the context of you being able to articulate to them that that happened, reassuring them that what they are experiencing isn't an illusion, but in fact something tangible that's happening because it's happening between you and them. This is what we talk about in relationality to communion, the modality by which we're able to commune with one another and feel the modality of being able to receive something that validates and reaffirms our own energetic connection to a higher power and purpose. So, in relationality to this, it is a gift. It's a very heavy one. It's not easy. Not everyone can carry it, right? And the modality by which, and I need to point out, the space by which you said, right? The space by which you asked what the purpose is, you just explained it, right? The purpose that you effectively find is the space by which you can bring peace to others in the context of helping them understand and recognize that parts of us persist. And in the modality by which we understand that that persistent part exists, connects them deeper to spirit. And the modality by which you articulated upon the fact that you said, and I think that this is the most important aspect of this, you asked me, the guidance in relationality to how to understand and hold the responsibility. Everything that you articulated in relationality to how you carried it shows every point of evidence as to why spirit effectively trusted you with it, right? You didn't have the dream, right? You didn't have the dream and go running up to someone to articulate upon the fact that you had some kind of preconception upon it, right? You held on to it into the space by which you saw the validation in relationality to something that you yourself knew, and only at the time by which you felt that the information could be shared would be one that wouldn't feel like it devastates, but rather feels like it reinforces and helps another person through their journey. You ask yourself if you're responsible with it, but you're giving clear indications even in the way by which you chose, right? You chose the right moment to effectively articulate that message. The fact that that is the reason by which spirit felt the need or the correctness in order for giving you the context of being able to energetically provide upon it. So further, I feel like even in the space of this dream, or even in the space of you doing that work, this reading itself is energetic reassurance. And this is why we talk about the fact of working in service of spirit. It's not just the fact that you're navigating the energetic directive, but it's a two-part system by which you yourself are energetically trusted. And that sense of responsibility and trust is why spirit chooses to energetically work with you in that capacity. I want to give you some bottom of the deck energy, something to keep in mind going forward. The modality and the capacity, I feel like the hard part about this, and this is what I keep on seeing, like, I feel like the space by which you originally had this dream was really devastating. You know, this is not an, I keep on hearing, it's not an easy gift, right? The modality by which another person gave you something that felt like it was an energetic burden is often the space by which we recognize the honor by which we carry something, right? If it was easy to carry, it wouldn't be an energetic honor, but that is the modality by which, and I keep on seeing, the space by which another person articulated something to you, right? It feels in a way like it's like somebody who trusts you in the capacity of saying, like, look, I know that this might be painful, but I want to give you this because in the modality by which you're navigating it, it'll help you energetically prepare, right? It's a further confirmation of the space by which we understand that the ability by which we work through things, like often, here's the thing about it, even in the way by which we navigate something heavy, we can find a way to bring a state of bliss in the context by which we can energetically carry it. And I keep on hearing, it's funny because I have a direct connection from the individual who gave you that information saying, this is why they entrusted you with it, right? Because I feel like they understood, right? They understood that not only your capacity to navigate hard news is such that you're energetically resilient, but the modality by which they knew that when the time was energetically right, you would know what to do with it, right? Like it feels like it's the energy that says, it's funny because they say it's an honor to work with you, because they say that, like, that is like, I feel like in some capacity that was something that you helped them with in their own experience. Because I don't know why they're giving me a little indication of the fact that sometimes they would be, I don't know why they're saying that sometimes they would be a little hot-headed about things, or they would articulate or say something before thinking it through. And I keep on hearing some kind of conversation of you having some kind of conversation with them about thinking, like, I don't know, I keep on hearing like thinking before you act, or having some kind of conversation in relationality to that they're expressing in terms of saying that they always trusted you, right? Like they always trusted you to help them, like to help them with figuring out what to do. And I feel like in some kind of space, like it almost says to me, like it's like it's the energy that says, like, they kind of look to you. I feel like in a way, like they almost look towards you as some kind of older sister in the space of helping them kind of see those modalities or capacities by which, like, I keep on seeing, like, by which they were over eager in some kind of way, like, and like you kind of, like, I feel like I keep on hearing like you kind of helping to, like, I keep on getting you helping to, like, energetically rein them in to a certain extent, which is why before I started this reading the horse fell down, is what I keep on hearing. Like, you always, I feel like I keep on hearing like they had some kind of capacity by which they would look towards you to know when they were going a little too far, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. Anyone who gets on the list today will be read for before the daily collective read tomorrow, and you'll also have an additional card in your spread. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. I know it's heavy. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, and when I told her, I was like, I had to tell her. But that's the thing, you knew when the time was right, right? I had no choice, and that was uncomfortable for me, but I knew it was important. Yep, and Ross, thank you for the follow. Yeah, that's the new me. I've never been more comfortable sharing my mediumship with others. Yeah, the peace to others. Yes, when it happened with my grandparents, I spent every day with them that I could. It's definitely not an easy gift, and I'm honored, but it's hard. I know it is. And that's hilarious because he was annoying when we were kids. I didn't like him, but he was that typical. And that's why I say that the rein it in is what I keep on getting. That's why the horse fell, because they said that they always look to you to recognize when they'd gone too far. Yeah, we were all in the same circles, but never close. He liked to push a lot of buttons with everyone. Exactly. Thank you so much, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list, I said the list is closed today, but you can get on tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. And while we wait for Burr's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Per. Make sure to give Per some love. All right, pet reading on the cat and their inner world, whatever they wanted to share. It's funny, as soon as I started to go to read for them, like the sneeze came on. All right, can I get 4 cards, please? Yeah, you know, it's interesting because I keep on seeing there's something about this energy that's meant to help clear your aura, is what I keep on getting. There's a lot, this energy is very, like, I keep on getting, there's a lot of this auric cleansing that I see around someone. And that's why that like sneeze came on so out of the blue is what I keep on getting too. Because, you know, I feel like, and I want to describe this, I'm not sure why, but I feel like there was some kind of stagnation point that was occurring around you prior to this energy moving towards you. And I keep on getting, and it's interesting too, because I don't know, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, but it has something to do with, it has a little bit to do with some of the, I just want to keep on describing something that I see that happened around you. And it has to do with one of your guides. There was, remember I said that there was that guide moment in astral projection by which someone asked you where you were going, and you said, I don't know, and they went around and around, like around and around we go. Like the modality by which I feel like I've got this guide that tries to articulate the fact that they did not mean, and this is so funny, it's very strange for me, okay? It is very strange for me to read into a guide that feels like they are in an apologetic space. The guides are typically not super apologetic, but every time I read for this particular guide, it feels like there is a little bit of there's a lot of apology that feels like it occurred, because it feels like it was the modality by which another person did not mean to scare you. I keep on hearing they keep on trying to impress upon me that they did not mean to scare you so much as they were trying to put a healthy sense of respect towards you. A healthy sense of respect towards you. And it's so funny, my hand's going like this, and I didn't even mean to do it. About recognizing the value and importance of following, like navigating towards situations with a proper sense of direction. And it's funny too, because like the message that they're showing me, and this is going to sound this is going to sound really wild. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you just need to bear with me a minute. And it's funny because I know, and listen, I know that you want this to be about the pet. We're going to get back there in a moment. Okay. We're going to get back there. We have to take the long route. We have to take the circuitous route back to the pet because they're showing me specifically. Do you know the character of Nightcrawler from the X-Men? So the Nightcrawler has the ability of energetically bamfing, which means they can go to different places. But the thing about the Nightcrawler, like Nightcrawler in that context, is that Nightcrawler articulates upon the fact that they cannot go somewhere that they cannot see because they might get stuck somewhere they don't want to be. And I want you to write that down. They can't go somewhere they cannot see because they might get stuck somewhere they don't want to be. And this is something that that character articulates over and over again when others ask them to do something and they say, I can't do it. They're perpetually trying to explain to others who misunderstand what they can do and saying, I can't take you there. Because if I can't see it, it could be really energetically dangerous. And I feel like that is the message that the guide was trying to convey to you, right? If you can't see where you want to see, you don't know where you might be. And that is energetically dangerous. And I think in a way, what's interesting is I feel like that guide is very energetically connected to the pet that you currently have. Because I feel like you're carrying a lot of energetic stagnation in relationality to working through that experience and feeling, I keep on hearing some unnecessary heaviness in relationality to what happened. In a way, and I think it's interesting because they're almost articulating that in a way, the pet, I keep on hearing in a way that energy is an olive branch, is what I keep on hearing. The energy is effectively an olive branch. And the reason I keep on hearing that the energy is an olive branch is because they have the ability of aurically cleansing, which is they're very good at clearing away stagnation of energy, right? Just the ability, I keep on hearing, just the ability of them moving around the space. Like I keep on hearing clean as you go, like they're clearing as they go. And so I feel like that's that energy, which is why, again, if they move around a lot, right? I keep on hearing if you can't tell where they are 1 minute to the next, that is your energetic confirmation because the energy I'm seeing to a certain extent is trying to let you know that like the keep on hearing, it's like they're trying to let you know that the energy is safe around you. And even in the modality by which they're energetically like moving through in the space of saying that it's safe around them, there's a very attenuated message that's coming through in this reading that I'm going to choose to reserve to hold in the modality by which I will share it with you offline. But I keep on getting the message that's effectively coming through with this is that energy, like not only like they're saying, it's interesting too, because it's saying to me that the guide that I'm picking up upon, right, that angelic guide that I articulated, that keeps on articulating upon the fact that they're trying to state that you have to forgive them, like they're hoping that you'll forgive them. They're hoping that you'll forgive them for the energetic inconvenience that they caused in potentially causing a space of fear in you in terms of what they themselves experienced. And I think it's interesting because in a way, and I keep on hearing, if this is an energy that has a tendency of getting into places that you didn't expect them to be, in a way, they're saying that pet, right? The way that pet moves is almost how that guide perceives you, is what I keep on hearing. The way that pet moves almost feels like it's an allegory in terms of how they perceive you, which is often the modality by which you might need to grab someone and say, I know you want to go there, but you can't. I know that you want to get into that, but no, you can't do that. Hey, get out of there. Like I see somebody being like, no, 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 like a lot of this energy of someone like trying to like get into things and you having to like move them and then being like, like working in the space of being like, but I want to check that out. And you being like, I keep on hearing you say, it's not safe. It's not safe. It's not safe for you to be there. And so they're showing me the allegory of the pet in relationality to how they effectively perceived you at the time that you navigated that energetic experience. And a lot of this work that I see, and this is a continuation, I feel like in a way, the energy there, like I feel like they're there to help you in terms of energy work. And even in the modality by which I keep on hearing, the space by which you feel more comfortable in an environment is also the modality by which they're helping to heal any stagnated energy around you. Because I keep on hearing that they're helping the energy stay. If they move around a lot, they're helping the energy like flow through the space more effectively. And even upon that, there's something that is important about the work that I'm seeing that has to do with where are you, is what I keep on getting. And that is a part of the, and like that is a message that I can that we can articulate upon, and I'm going to take offline in relationality to being able to share more or express more about that. I'll reach out to you on the disco. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, the King of Wands. I have to stress this. It is not frequent. It is not frequently that I see that I get a guide being in the modality of an apology. And the thing is, and I need to stress this, this is the thing about our guides. Our guides want to push us in the best way possible. And they also want to protect us. And the modality by which we often, like the space by which we work to protect, is sometimes the modality by which I keep on hearing, protect and overstepped is often very difficult. And every time I read for this guide, I keep on hearing protect and overstepped, which is the modality by which another person was genuinely worried about you. Like I literally see, and it's so funny because even though I'm reading this, like I'm feeling like a lot of that shakiness, like somebody who was genuinely worried. Like and it's funny, like the guide's like shaking, like they were really, really worried that you were like potentially not recognizing like the significance of what you are energetically doing. And I keep on seeing that modality by which they were effectively trying to like pull you back, as it were, had to do more with the sense of saying like they were, like I keep on hearing them say like they were doing anything at that moment, and they weren't so worried so much in the context of whether they were creating fear in you, but I keep on hearing they didn't want you to get the false impression in the context of that. Like I feel like it's hard because I feel like I don't know why, it's like I don't know if you left that situation really, really deeply scared, but I keep on hearing like it's saying to me like it was a big boo. But the reason I keep on saying it was a big boo is because like they were really, like they were so worried at that moment that their major like priority was keeping you energetically safe. And so I feel like even in the modality by which they're working to heal is the space by which they're trying to attenuate the space by which you can continue to move, like to do so, but in a way by which one feels energetically, like I keep on hearing baby steps is what I keep on getting. Like they're saying baby steps because I keep on hearing baby steps because they're saying like the stronger, it's better to get stronger at something piece by piece, because then we build into the confidence in relationality to not feeling, I keep wondering, not feeling energetically like lost, or feeling the modality by which we feel like, I keep on hearing like we don't, I keep on hearing the word untethered, right? Someone that wants to make sure that you're doing something in a grounded way, not in the space like the guides never want to see us doing something being like I wonder if I can, being like this is my energetic intention. And I feel like this is the modality by which another person recognizes that you're bringing that intention to things in a bigger way. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. Please, there's something very deep about your dream space as well that's related to that too. Thank you so much, Per, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed for today, but you'll be the first person read for tomorrow. You also have an additional card in your reading. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm so glad you understood every word. How are you doing, Emily? Welcome. And just bear with me a moment. She's not, no, it's not that she's allergic, but it's saying to me she's working to clear the energy. Yeah, stagnation prior. Yeah, this is the first time for everything. They refused to sleep with me for months after I tried. Yeah, well, no, that's what we need to talk about. You're misunderstanding something there. Yep. I understand the guide completely. Yep. I have to research. I have to research, but I don't want to close out of the live. It's okay, Viva. Absolutely. It's not, I don't think it's not that you scare her. There's something else happening there. Nope, there's something else happening. You're misunderstanding it. Yeah, yeah, I compare it. Yeah, you're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding what they're doing. Yep. But that is what they're clarifying is an attenuated message that's only meant for you, and I will share that. I will share that off the live. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Viva. Viva, Nikki has gifted you a reading, and guys, please thank Nikki. It's such a beautiful gift. Deeply appreciate that, and I love how you guys support each other in the live environment. Viva, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? I see you there. Before we continue right now, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've gotten the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon, and thank you so much. I'm actually going to keep that out because it's relevant for the purposes of our read. And I'm going to pin up Viva here. Guys, make sure to give Viva some love. 4 cards, please, on that pet. You know, I got all of this. I started reading for this in like this energy, and I just started getting all of this dizziness, like a profound, amount of dizziness, like some kind of ability of not being able to stay up straight. I don't know if, and this is the hard part about it, is what I keep on seeing. You know, the hard part upon this is I see somebody who, like, this energy is heavily a guardian energy. Like I see this energy kind of like going into the space of trying to get up and just like falling back down again, and like kind of looking around and being like, you know, and I keep on hearing, and it's interesting too, because it feels to me like there was a conversation that they had with one of your guides by which they were trying to articulate and saying, I can't do my job effectively, is what I keep on getting. You know, like there's so much of this energy here, and I keep on seeing like this is heavy guardian energy, and the thing with guardian energy, and I've noticed this when I've read for certain energies, when guardian energies feel like their physical vessel is no longer in the space by which they can do their work effectively, I keep on always hearing it's like prepare for departure, is what I keep on getting. Because, and I feel like it's often really energetically difficult, because I see somebody that was going through the modality of recognizing the fact that they didn't energetically want to leave because they knew, like they energetically knew how devastated the energy around them would be. But I keep on hearing this energy that was trying to articulate upon the fact that they were absolutely, like they were ready, because I feel like I keep on hearing it was bothering them more to be in a space by which they felt that they couldn't energetically protect, right? Like protect the energy that was around them. And it's interesting too, because like I don't know why they're saying I made that choice for them, is what I keep on hearing. I don't know if this energy stopped eating. I don't know if this is a situation. I keep on hearing dizziness and stopped eating, which is like the energy that was trying to make their decision for them by saying, like, trying to communicate or articulate the fact that they recognized that they were okay with something that was being energetically communicated, is what I keep on getting, right? Like, I don't know why, but they're articulating it specifically in the realm of them. I keep on hearing like something being put, like food being pushed to them, and then pushing it away, and like looking at someone and being like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like it feels very heavy in terms of them. Like, that was their message in terms of saying, like, they couldn't, I keep on saying they couldn't use the words. So that was their words and saying that we have to like, they could hear what was happening. They just didn't have the words to communicate it. And them saying, I made the choice for them. Like, that's what I keep on hearing. Like, them saying that was like, I made that choice to tell them this is the right thing to do. So they're saying, like, they want you to let go. Like, they really want you to let go of any of this guilt that you're energetically feeling upon something. Because I keep on hearing them say, I made that choice, not you, because I knew what I needed to do. I feel like this energy is very connected to you, and I wouldn't be surprised if you're dreaming about them, because they're deep in Pisces right now. I don't know if this is an energy that was a Piscean energy, but there's a lot of Pisces energy that I'm picking up, and I keep on seeing that they're still very energetically present. And I keep on seeing they're trying to communicate in the space of the dreams that they're still protecting you, is what I keep on getting, right? I feel like it's hard because the space by which they're trying to articulate that, like, I keep on hearing the energy say, I haven't gone anywhere. And the modality by which they're trying to move through something. But I keep on hearing they don't want to scare. Who did they scare? What is this? They didn't mean to scare somebody, is what I keep on hearing. They didn't mean to. They're new to it. Is what I keep on, they're new to. I keep on hearing they're new to it. They're new to it. They don't know what they're like. They didn't mean to scare someone, but I feel like they were trying to communicate to someone, like they were trying to communicate to someone in the context of dreams, that they were actively protecting, that they were still doing the work to energetically protect. But I keep on hearing them say, I think somebody got the wrong impression, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing someone say, I think someone got the wrong impression. I feel like I was a little overhanded, is what I keep on hearing. I don't know if this is a type of energy. I don't know if this is a type of energy that would often get too invested in play. Like, see, I keep on hearing this energy keeps on apologizing because they go, I don't know my own strength sometimes, is what I keep on hearing. I don't know my own strength. I had this tendency. I would sometimes get a little carried away on things, and then I would feel bad, and I would have to pull back, and I forget how strong I am sometimes. And I feel like in some way, shape, form, or fashion, this just happened in the dream space in relationality to their own excitement to come towards someone to let them know that they were okay, but in the process of doing so accidentally or inadvertently scaring someone, is what I keep on seeing. It's giving me a lot of this gentle giant energy. And the thing with gentle giant energy is being like, whoops, like I broke it again. Like the type of energy be like, it's just, oh, they don't know their own strength, right? Like, they just get, when they get really excited, like they accidentally squeeze something a little too hard. And I don't know why they're trying to convey that something like this just happened, because I keep on getting the space that they're going, I'm still doing it. Is what they're going. They're going, it's never been my strong suit. But sometimes when I get really excited, I accidentally forget how strong I am. And I feel like in a way they're trying to articulate that's happening. Like, that's happening a little bit in spirit, as well. But the most important message that I keep on hearing is that they are fine. And I keep on getting, they're not only fine, but they want to affirm that you made the right choice. And I know how difficult it was, because I keep on hearing they heard all of those choices. They understood, they understood everything. They understood every word of the conversation that you were having around them. They even pretended that they didn't, but they understood every word of all of the and I could hear somebody having a conversation about taking some kind of extreme measure. Like I don't know who that person was that tried to articulate that there was some kind of expensive extreme measure that someone could take. And that's why I keep on hearing the energy that said, I'm making that decision for you. That's why I keep on seeing them pushing something away and being like, I've made my choice. And I want you to know that I'm okay with you making that choice as well. So they want you to know more than anything, they are safe, they are okay. They're still working to energetically protect the family system, is what I keep on getting. And they apologize. I don't know why I keep on hearing them say they apologize if they scared somebody, is what I keep on getting. There's something about this space of saying they apologize if they scared somebody in the context of trying to arrive in the dream space. But like I keep on hearing, they have a tendency of being overly enthusiastic. Bear with them as they get the hang of it, is what I keep on seeing. And especially because I see one person individually. I see one person individually who's very like I got some energy here that feels like they lost a best friend. And I keep on hearing like the modality by which they're expressing this is them trying to say specifically to that small person, they're not going anywhere. That they're, and even in the space, I don't know, I keep on hearing, I didn't mean to scare them. I was trying to let them know that I'm still protecting them, is what I keep on hearing. Like the modality by which another person is articulating upon like the space of feeling that they're missing them. I keep on hearing them say like they want to articulate more than anything specifically to them that they're energetically fine and they love them. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, King of Wands. Like the King of Wands, you know, I feel like this is often, like I said, guardian energy never wants to be a burden, you know? And that's why I keep on hearing the space by which the space by which they articulate how much they care. Like I feel like that's the energy that says I'm still like, even in the, like I would say, like I keep on hearing like prepare for them showing up in a lot in the dream space right now, especially with all of this like heavy Pisces energy, because I feel like it's the modality by which you'll potentially sometimes pick up the fact that you still experience their presence there. Because I it's interesting because like I literally see an energy trying to decide whether they would, whether like, I don't know why, if you guys are in a transition space right now, or there's some kind of feeling about moving, I see somebody that I see an energy that's trying to make the determination point as to whether to continue to stay in energetic spirit. But I keep on hearing it's like it's continuing of saying like the space by which they want to make sure that you are feeling energetically like their first priority is not only um, amplified in what they want its best, but also in the best direction, right? They're coming with you anywhere you go, is what I keep on hearing. You don't have to worry, like they know, like I keep on hearing, like especially as it relates to traveling or moving. Like I keep on hearing, like they're with you, like anywhere, is what I keep on hearing. I don't know why that's coming up in relationality to someone feeling some kind of anxiety and losing a space or feeling like they're losing the energetic connection. I keep on hearing like that's not, don't worry about that, is what I keep on hearing. They know how to find you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to be on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You also have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. I also would like to ask, I want to make sure that we're mindful of making sure that we have time for one cards today. I know we've got 2 individuals who are on the list right now. I wanted to see if either one of you would be able to be put on the hold list for tomorrow. I'll also be able to give you an additional card in your reading if you choose to do so. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. One moment, please. I know, and lots of pet readings today. I feel like that is relevant. What is relevant? Oh, she visited her daughter in a dream. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, my daughter had a dream of her the same night. Oh, she was having seizures. Thank you for the dizziness I was seeing. Oh, poor baby. She stopped eating the day we had to put her down. That was them trying to say, like, I agree with this. Right? Like it was them trying to communicate to you that say, I want this too. Yeah, thank you, dear. This is so in sync with the reading I gave. Yeah, the kitten, all the family. Yeah, maybe that was to fear. Nikki, this is really good. Oh, I'm so glad. This squeeze. Yeah, this reading's a roller coaster. I went from crying to laughing. Oh, they were adjusting to the car. Oh, the genie giant, the gentle giant for sure. Oh, they offered surgery. Yeah, they offered surgery, but that we couldn't. Exactly. Yeah. I feel currently, yeah, they're definitely spirit guide. My 9-year-old has dreamed of her and they visited. We can book a pet reading with you since you got this 100%. Oh, good. Thank you. Yeah, you're so welcome, dear. And I hope those messages help. Absolutely. And sending you so much support on that journey. Yeah, I was going to ask if either Tate or Claire, if either one of you would be moved to tomorrow. I'm just trying to be respective of time in relationality to the readings. We are going to proceed right now. The next person on the list for today is Tate. Tate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Thank you, Claire. I appreciate that. So I will have you first on the list tomorrow, and you'll also have an additional card in your reading. And also, if you want to be read for before we start the daily collective, you'll also have first priority, so you can be read for before we get started on the collective. I got you, dear. And as we continue right now, and actually, Claire, that's good. And what I'll do tonight, though, is I will honor the one card as well as we try to get to the bottom as to why it isn't showing up on my end. Thank you. All right, and as we're going to continue on the next reading. So we've got one more reading tonight, and then we're going to move into one card readings for subscribers. So if you're a subscriber and you've been waiting for your one card, just stick around. If you want to become a subscriber and receive a free reading, just go ahead and become a super fan. Your super fan status on the Clock app entitles you to a free reading. If you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership will also entitle you to one. We've got the link in the chat. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The wolf. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Tate here. Make sure to give Tate some love. Big elevation of self, highest priority. I got you, dear. All right, what do we got? Tea with Tate. 4 cards, please. Guys, make sure to give Tate some love. Woo. All right, and 2 more, please. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at this. What is up? So, I mean, the thing I'm seeing right now, I need to point this out, like, I feel like you're working into the space, like, I see you working on cultivating a state of bliss, is what I keep on hearing. And the thing about it is, like, and I need to point this out. When we are prioritizing our bliss, we become a source of bliss for everyone around us, unless that is an energy that is trying to, like, and this is the thing about it. When somebody is too deep in their ego, right? They do not let them, like, let I keep wondering, let them have their ego. right? More bliss, like is what I keep on seeing, right? Like more bliss for I keep on more bliss for the rest of us is what I keep on getting. And I think that this is really energetically important, and it has something to do with some energy from the past that feels like it's continuing to cycle back to you, is what I keep on getting. You know, like what, like the like make it like, and I keep on seeing you see something and be like, make it make sense. And I think you recognize, right? Make it make sense. Some energy wants to see if we're satisfied with their meager portions, right? I know that sounds difficult, but some energy wants to see if we're satisfied with their meager portions, which is the modality by which, and you'll usually navigate this, and the way you'll usually recognize this is energy that's not inclined to building into healthy relationship, right? That's like, oh, it's fine. I'll just give them a little taste, and then I'll pull away, and then they'll be so thirsty that when I come back again, they'll be eager to jump on it. This energy is always left scratching their head when they meet somebody that's very well like centered in the self, because the observation of seeing someone doing that and being like, no, thank you, right? Like, no, thank you. And someone being like, do you, I can literally see somebody being like, do you know who you're talking to? And you being like, no, thank you. Yeah, like, no, like, no, thank you. Because it's the space by which we understand and recognize, like I keep on hearing, relationships are not built with just a taste, right? Relationships are not built with just a taste, but the modality by which another person, and often the modality by which we see somebody that operates in that way, right? It creates that, it's like, it's like once you see, it's like it's giving me like that modality that like once you see it, you can't unsee it, right? Like once you see it, like once you see that quality in another person, right? Like it's like that's all they wrote. It's not it's like, and I feel like it's like I keep on hearing, it's not sweet, it's gross, right? And I feel like there's a lot of that, and I think that a lot of it is effectively, I keep on hearing it has something to do, I feel like it has something to do with some kind of past energy that keeps on, I keep wondering, keeps on going around offering the same thing, right? Like I keep wondering, keeps coming around offering the same energetic thing, but not being energetically polite in the context of navigating. Like I keep on hearing, like returning back to the conversation by which you energetically left something is what I keep on seeing. And I think that that's really important because I do like I feel like I see you having an energetic breakthrough. And I keep on hearing like the modality, like, and I keep on like I don't keep on I like I need to point this out, like the modality by which you're going through a breakthrough, and the space by which another person is still perceiving you, right? The level or degree by which someone has to misperceive you to going through a breakthrough, and then trying to come back to articulate and say like, remember me, and you being like, I don't know, should I energetically remember you? What part of the meagerness would you like me to recall, is all I keep on hearing. What part of the meagerness, you should write that down. What part of the meagerness would you like me to recall, is what I keep on getting. Because it literally feels like a situation by which another person is trying to be flippant upon the fact that they feel like you have no time for them. But the modality by which they were the energy that was constantly articulating to you that they didn't have time for you. I keep on hearing, what part of the meagerness would you like me to recall? Which is the modality by which another person, right, is potentially trying to articulate that they miss you, but seeming to forget all of the reasons by which they're missing you in the first place. The bright side about this is I feel like I see some healthy energy around you. And this is what I'm going to say right now. Don't be in the process of building, and you'll be able to see this. Like it'll happen like clockwork, right? The modality by which you're finally moving into something healthy, safe, seen, and supported. And then who comes around? It's almost like they can hear it. It's almost like they can hear it, right? Miss like Mr. Meager, right? Like the modality by which someone who is effectively giving you something meager sees you moving towards what's for you, right? And the modality by which they try to keep on hearing, like the modality by which they try to arrive back. And I keep on hearing the way that you'll recognize them is because they will sentimentalize all of the ways that they energetically hurt you, right? They'll wax poetic, right? They'll wax poetic upon the fact that I keep on hearing, they'll wax poetic upon the fact that you had like so that something romantic was going on, failing to recognize that what they perceived as romantic was literally you in agony, is what I keep on hearing, right? The modality by which another person tries to articulate that there was something romantic going on in the space by which they were energetically hurting you. I feel like that is the space by which I keep on hearing. You don't owe them, right? You don't owe them a conversation. But they'll make you feel like they'll make you feel energetically guilty if you don't have one with them, right? Like the modality by which another person tries to make you, I keep on hearing, the modality by which another person tries to make you feel like you don't have time for them. And I keep on hearing, if the energy that didn't have time for you is now trying to articulate and make you feel bad that you don't have time for them, don't, I keep on hearing, remind them, right? Remind them of where they energetically left you, right? I keep on hearing, remind them, like remind them, I keep on hearing, remind them of where they dropped you off, is what I keep on hearing. Remind them. All you need to do is remind them on where they dropped you off, which is the modality by which they never energetically responded to something, or the modality by which they left something, like they left something unaddressed in the hope of keeping an open-ended context of relationship by which you said whatever. And then it's very common, right? It's very common, right? The energy that does not respond, that then looks at you and says, what happened to us, right? And you being like, I don't know, what happened, right? And being like, well, we never got closure. And being like, yeah, I wonder whose fault is that? I wonder why we didn't have closure. It's awful convenient how we didn't have closure. There's no such thing as closure. But again, energy that does not want to articulate upon what a relationship is, right? Energy that wants to have an open door approach in relationality that they then try to reproach in the space by which you try to move on. I keep on hearing, you do not owe someone a conversation if they left you hanging. You don't owe someone a conversation if there was a modality by which you tried to build into the context of understanding what was going on and they would not give you the pleasure of having that conversation. That is the closure, right? And the modality by which someone says, what happened? You say, you were incomprehensible. Write it down. You were incomprehensible, and that is reprehensible. You were incomprehensible, and that is reprehensible. The modality by which another person does not give us the gift of comprehension for the hope of being able to keep something open-ended, that they then try to articulate when we try to move forward, that we did not give them the closure because they chose to leave it open-ended. They were incomprehensible, and that is reprehensible. And that's all you need to say to another person who has energetically experienced that, because that is the sound of someone trying to keep you in a trauma environment. And I feel like that's really important because I see a lot of positive things that are energetically opening up to you. And I keep on hearing the energy that hurt you in that way can't come with you. The energy that hurt you in that way cannot come with you, but they might try. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, Queen of Wands. Queen of Wands, right? Like the ability, like make it make sense. The energetic ability of someone, right? Trying to identify, trying to articulate, and all of a sudden, right? Like the energy that would give you, the energy that would effectively, right? Not have, I keep on hearing, the energy that would not give you the time of day, that will then suddenly turn around and see you, right? See you in a different environment and suddenly tell you that that you were the best thing that ever happened to them. What a difference an environment makes. And this is often why, right? This is often why in the space by which somebody does this, we look around and say, what's changed? And we look to the left and we look to the right and we go, oh, I get it, right? The modality by which someone suddenly wants to speak to us again, not based on the fact that they actually energetically want to connect to us, but the space by which we look to the right and we left and go, oh, I understand now. And I feel like I see you in the modality of being in an environment with a lot of supportive energy, right? The modality or the experience by which you yourself have been working to heal. I keep on hearing you don't owe, like that modality, you do not owe anyone a conversation about it, particularly and especially if you were trying to get comprehension from someone and they are only now trying to come towards you in the space by which they see something around you that energetically intrigues them, is what I keep on getting. That is not, like, keep on hearing you, like, and again, like they'll articulate, right? They will articulate that you are the one, right? They will articulate that you are the one that's being cold. They will articulate that you are the one that's forgotten. You didn't forget anything. You're just being polite in relationality to what you're effectively choosing to share with others. Don't let somebody push. Don't let, and again, especially and particularly, this is why we don't listen to gossip, because in the modality by which often 9 times out of 10, when you're listening to gossip, you're listening to one person that wants to tell others a story of what happened. And the polite energy, what is the polite energy doing? Doing their best to not allow the context of another person to effectively, like, that is literally the sound of someone energetically healing, which is often the energy that's healing is often the energy that chooses to be quiet, because it's the energy that says, I've been working very hard to heal from that. Right? Not the energy, I keep hearing, not the energy that says, like, oh, let me tell you, like, I keep hearing, let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you this, let me tell you that, right? It's getting, when we are energetically invested in getting to the bottom of things, we understand that some of that energy that we heal from is not the space by which we feel we need to effectively articulate that to everyone around us at every moment, is what I keep on seeing. But you'd be surprised. And I feel like it's really important, because I feel like a lot of this work that I see, it's like, it almost feels like somebody who's like, you know, like it's a lot of that, like somebody's your name, like nobody, like it's like somebody who doesn't give you closure does not have the ability to have your name in their mouth in the first place, is what I keep on hearing. But again, you'd be energetically surprised. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And I think that this is important. I need to point this out. Healthy energy, like they're going to get it too. Like the connections that you're making are not, I keep wondering, they're not going to be impressed by another person's idle stories on what it is that they did to you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Tate. So good to see you. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed for today, but if you want to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. My eagle crawled and then died. Tate, it's always so good to see you. Yeah, all those love readings just to learn the love of my life is me. But here's the thing, you are coming into connection with energy that appreciates that, right? That finds joy on the journey with you. More energy, more passion, cosmic, exactly. Spirit fingers, I like that. Just a crumb. Love yourself so much. People have no choice but to love you as well. Yep. I know exactly what's going on here. And Blue Lady, thank you for those heart me's. Everything's a mirror. I only find divine love when I find divine love within. Tap to claim. Thank you as well, Alexandria. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I can see the great people around you. You've been working really hard on that. Yeah, this new awakening is untying the unhealthy yearning from true love. Beautifully said. I'm afraid I don't do pregnancy readings here in Asia. Sending you support on that journey. Hi there, Fatimata. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. All right, we're going to get started on one card right now for subscribers. If you are a subscriber, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you'd like to get a one card, become a super fan, and your super fan status will make you eligible for one cards. And if you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos, your membership will also entitle you to a one card if you become a paid member. One card for Ruby on Isaac. I feel like there's an energetic connection there. You know, it feels like there's something about the experience between you and them feeling energetically unfinished. Bottom of the deck, High Priestess in its reversal. We can't miss anything that's for us, but we also do work to effectively build towards the right direction, right? So I keep on hearing like not why is this happening, but what could I do to make this energetically better is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Embody the change, embody the change that you would like to see in the world, right? The modality by which you effectively articulate what that direction is. Yep. Hold on a moment. And Kelly, thank you for the follow. Simp, one card. Healthy relationship is clarity in relationality to where something's going. It's not requiring one to hope. It's the conversation that we have with each other in relationality to the direction that something is moving towards. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, make sure that there's energetic clarity between you and another person in relationality to how you feel or what you're looking for. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, I keep on hearing there's no hope needed in a healthy relationship. There's transparency of direction. So especially if there's ability that you've communicated how you feel in terms of a direction of relationship, like allowing the context of honoring another's wishes, especially if they're still going through the complication of understanding themselves. Ava, one card on N, please. It's a lot of cards that wanted to come out. I feel like this is energy, like it's interesting because I see somebody whose attention, like somebody thinking about you frequently, or something about someone returning back to the last conversation that they had with you or the last time that they saw you, wondering if something's over or if something's on pause. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the blank manifestation, right? Somebody who's feeling like, I feel like it's somebody who it's like you don't know what, like it's giving me some kind of energy of someone who's like building into some kind of profound hope that they want to see you again, or recognizing or building into the sense of possibility. Julia, one card, highest and best, please. I feel like somebody wasn't being authentic with you in relationality to a manifestation goal. I keep on hearing, we don't say uh-huh in the context of talking about the future, which is the modality by which you say to somebody, I'm serious, this is what I want. Another person saying, sure, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like there's no sure, right? There's no sure in a manifestation, right? It's a space by which another person says, I want that too, right? Not the space by which another person says, I didn't really think you would, right? Animal spirit guide. You got two coming out, right? The difference between energy that articulates what they desire versus the energy that has the confidence to do so, right? Manifestation is not a song that we sing. It's the active work that we put to allow our dreams to come into fruition. And so I almost see some kind of limitation between someone who allows their doubts or their fears to hinder their desires versus you having the fortitude to effectively move towards it will trigger another's insecurity in relationality to how they perceive you. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Tate, one card on R, please. I see somebody who's working on making active changes in their life. You know, like they know where the work needs to go. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is somebody who's had to learn the hard way, like what happens when we take things for granted is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. I just keep on hearing, never again will I take something for granted, right? Like I see somebody that's trying to work into the space of putting love in the direction of what is they energetically care for. One card on counterpart, please, for Bridget. I see somebody very sentimental right now. They're going through a really difficult transition. They're missing energy like crazy. Bottom of the deck, but they know they made the right decision, right? I literally see somebody who's like keeping very up to date in relationality to something that they moved away from, and feeling like the space like of understand. Like I keep wondering, just because a decision is hard doesn't mean it's not the right one. Yeah, the blank manifestation. It's like restart energy. Someone starting from scratch. And it's funny. It's funny too. You're starting from scratch, like somebody wounded them, and they're starting again. One card regarding connection for Chrissy. I see somebody that is putting more invested effort in recognizing the integrity of the energy around them, right? Like the modality of energy, kind of like viewing others through a new lens in relationality to not just like not just what another person says, but the intentions by which another person says something. Yeah, it's giving me like, especially with this star card, I feel like this is someone who feels like they've let intrusive energy ruin energetic relationship, particularly with counterpart, right? The modality of recognizing the space by which another person puts someone down is often the space by which another person sees the energetic, like I keep on hearing like the energetic like hold that they have in terms of their own opinion, like distorting another person's perspective on someone. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the blackbird, right? Once you see something like that, you can't unsee it, right? Like somebody, like I keep on hearing, like the ugly quality in someone who feels some kind of point and joy in seeing the ability to like lower another person's opinion of someone in the space by which they proclaim something negative about them. Ella, energy please around leaving. Oh, okay. Woo. So we got the transfers. It feels like something that is necessary. And I keep on hearing it's something that requires like I feel like there's something about this being a long-term decision or something by which you put a lot of consideration in terms of the long term is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the star energy, I keep on hearing like looking for something that feels more sustainable in a perennial fashion, something that feels like I see you kind of working through like your own ability to do something, but I keep on hearing something, I keep wondering like something that you can do in perpetuity or something that creates that feeling of energy coming towards you instead of you going towards them. Yeah, especially with the salmon, you know, it feels like I don't know why. I feel like in the past you were going towards things and this is having energy come to you, is what I keep on seeing. One card for Alexandria on counterpart, who ended things through a text last night. Um, may see if they're going to stay consistent in it, right? Like, don't let somebody get in that modality of saying like I keep on hearing like in or out kind of energy, like not energy. I keep on hearing, we say what we mean and we mean what we say and we don't say things to get our way, which is not the energy that tried to articulate an ultimatum in relationality to saying something for hope by which we would accept something that they were giving us that felt less than ideal. Yeah, we say what we mean and we mean what we say and we don't say things to get our way. Like especially somebody who articulated that they desire a relationship, but then when they get into one, they articulate that something is happening too much or it's too much, like it's too intense. Animal spirit guides. Relationships are supposed to be places by which we work through our emotions. We don't walk away from them to deal with them. Relationships are emotional refinement spaces, but those who are like not in a space by which they can navigate the emotions of a relationship will often articulate the fact that the relationship is too intense because they're articulating that they're not ready for the intensity. So make sure that they don't come into that space by which the emotions settle and they say that they're ready again, because they're articulating the fact that they don't have the fortitude to navigate the emotions that arise up when they're in partnership. General for Per, please. King of Pentacles in its reversal. I feel like this is having a lot to do. This is very much in the conversation that I was getting in terms of that guide, which is like, I see this guide, like there's a lot of this guide that is kind of working through the space by which you're navigating like your own readiness and things. And especially with that bottom of the deck and the High Priestess, like somebody who did not, somebody who is trying to protect you, but not shake your own confidence in yourself in the process is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the wolf, right? Like it's interesting too because it has to do with your pet and the connection that the pet has to the guide, because I keep on seeing like the space by which they're working together is helping you understand and recognize like how far you yourself have energetically come. The list is closed right now, Melissa, but if you get on right now, you'll be the first person read for tomorrow, and you'll also be read for before the Daily Collective. Just reading over. Energy, okay. Hold on a moment. You're welcome, Ruby. Claire, one card of connecting with energy between my person and I feel like it's a conversation on where the manifestation is going, right? Having a healthy conversation in terms of what one can reasonably expect, but making sure that you're talking about the manifestation goals. Yeah, right? I feel like you and another person carry very similar wounds in terms of what it is that you're healing from. So not being reactive, being able to be the change that one hopes to achieve in terms of building into healthy partnership. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, not letting the triggers get the best of the self, but recognizing when one is triggered is how we start to heal our triggers. Two cards for Ivana Angelic, please. I feel like this is a continuation of what's happening in the dream space, right? It's a continuation of the guide saying they're trying to show you what was in your power to change versus what was in your power to accept. Again, with that dream of the head and the pressure, you put too much pressure on yourself to be perfect. A healthy relationship does not require us to be perfect, and I feel like you're recognizing that now. It's the ability to understand and recognize where the work is, where the work goes. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the earth dragon, right? I feel like you often doubt yourself, but the guides are trying to reassure and build you into the space of knowing that they feel like you're doing just fine. You're exactly where you need to be. Kelly, thank you for sharing the live. Hi there, Lucas. How are you doing? Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Also a wonderful reader. We need to have a conversation about our feelings and what to do with them. I think that you need to make sure that you and another person are on the same page in terms of what you expect from the relationship. Absolutely. If I missed your card, just put your question in again, Julia. You're welcome, Ava. Yep, never mind. Yep, you're welcome. I know you saw the two blackbirds. Yeah, it's been crazy. They said I was an animal and he saw you as a raven. Oh, that's wild. Oh, thank you for confirmation on that. One card for Melissa, please. I feel like you're going through a lot of breakthroughs right now, but I think that the thing about the breakthroughs is being able to recognize and amplify how much you've changed. And I feel like even in the context of recognizing how much you've changed, how far you've come, especially with this Two of Swords, right? Like, I feel like something that you used to do that you're no longer energetically available for, that's okay. That's like showing how much you've changed, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, you got two cards coming through, right? The past you is going to surprise the present you, right? It's okay to change in the context of what it is that you're moving towards. And I keep on hearing healthy energy that sees that transformation will celebrate it with you. You're welcome, dear. I love that card too. Excellent. You're so welcome, Ivana. You're so welcome, Per. Squidia, thank you for becoming a super fan. I appreciate you. Yaz, one card, please, on what to expect 2026. It feels to me like there's something they're getting back from the past. right? Something that's owed to them is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, you got bottom of the deck, 2 bottom of the deck, right? Like, I feel like they walked away from something, like trying to like move away from it, but it almost feels like something by which another person is rewarding them in the context of trying to like heal something. Yeah, especially the seal, something that they didn't expect. It feels like a positive surprise in some way. Absolutely. And Squidia, a moon cycle message. I love that. Make sure that you're navigating a sense of proportionality. You don't have to be the same person in every situation. Your vulnerability is a gift. Bottom of the deck, yeah, to those who have shown the fact that they appreciate and receive it, right? It's not something that another person demands. It's something, I keep on hearing, vulnerability is what we share as a gift. It's not something that another person can expect from us. Yeah, especially the seal. Often the modality by which another person demands vulnerability is exactly the context by which we're not eager to give it. We don't demand vulnerability, and that's why we don't feel safe when somebody does so. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads for tonight. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. If you just became a subscriber this evening, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to subscriber only disco channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You can also sign up and register directly in the perk section of the disco. You'll find a coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. If you would like to have an invite to the disco, send me a disco gift. If you are not a subscriber and would like a special coupon to our class program, message me the word class. And if you'd like to learn more about the trip that we have planned in August, message me the word trip. One card for Nikki, highest priority. You are not the past, but also the space by which you appreciate the past. You celebrate your past because the past is what brought you to where you are today. Yeah, the devil card, right? We hold our past closely, which means it's not perfect, by which we understand and recognize that through every action, we build into another lesson. Animal spirit guide. We make peace with our past is when we have our hands full of present. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I couldn't do this without you. We'll be back on tomorrow at our usual time. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful evening. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day. I love that we're tapped in. Take care, guys.